should be checked in at this time for roll call. Vice Chairman Fari for the adoption of this evening's agenda.
So moved.
And second, motion made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Carried. At this time, I'd like to invite Supervisor Doug Nelson to come up, please, for one of our honored guests this evening. We have a lot of honored guests this evening, but here's kind of a special one you don't see very often. Supervisor Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Egan allowed me a little latitude to acknowledge Memorial Day, less than a week away. General Logan's orders in 1868 have grown in scope from the original. We no longer honor just the comrades who died during the late rebellion and whose bodies lie in almost every city, village, and hamlet churchyard in the land. We have expanded that to honor all the veterans that have passed. By Sunday in Winnebago County alone, there will be over 5,000 flags marking the graves of our veterans just in Winnebago County alone. I would like to think that General John A. Logan would be pretty pleased with how we have continued to carry out his orders. As we take time to honor our fallen comrades, I believe it is also a very good time to thank and honor the veterans who are still with us. With that said, I would like to invite Larry Eckstein, World War II veteran, to come up to the front, please. He has been escorted by his daughter, Julie. Larry will be turning 101 on June 30th. I think that's quite a tribute to the good care that his daughter has been giving him. I'm a little partial to Larry. Him and my father signed up together in 1944 and went into the service under the buddies system. So we're very happy to have Larry here with us today. I would also like to invite Diane McDonald up here. You guys can be seated, please. Not that Diane isn't worth a standing ovation, but make yourself comfortable. Diane is the executive director of the Old Glory Honor Flights. I don't know anybody that knows more about honoring veterans, caring for veterans, enjoying time spent with veterans than Diane does. They have done, I believe, 73 flights out of Appleton. Close to 1,000 veterans have gone to see the monuments in DC, and their program has expanded even beyond that. But with that, Diane?
Well, thank you so much, and thank you, Doug, for those kind words. Standing next to Larry, that's a hard act to follow, isn't it? He's been an amazing man. So my name is Diane McDonald. I'm the very proud executive director of Old Glory Honor Flight, as well as a new organization called Missions of Honor, but we can talk about that at some other point. Today we're honoring those who have passed before us, the men and women who wore the uniform, served our country, and either didn't come home or left us since deserve to be remembered. That's what Memorial Day is all about. They say a veteran dies twice. Once it's their physical death, and the second time is when their name is said for the last time. Our goal is to get our veterans to see the war memorials that were built in their honor in Washington, D.C. before it's too late. While we're there, all you can do is reflect on all those who are lost. It's all around us when we're at the memorials. And at the World War II Memorial, the Wall of Stars, sorry, I'm having trouble. There are over 4,000 stars representing 400,000 lost souls during World War II. At the Korean War Memorial, it lists upward of 37,000 soldiers lost. And at the Vietnam Veterans Wall, over 58,000 names are on that wall of those who never made it back, and the list goes on. Of the 7,000 veterans we've taken on the honor flight, we've lost many of those veterans along the way. I think of Frank, a World War II veteran, who sent a letter to me shortly after his honor flight in 2010. He said, "The honor flight gave me peace that I didn't even know I needed. When I served, I lost friends and family and tried to be at peace with that when I got home. When we got off that plane in Appleton after the day-long trip in Washington, D.C., the people shaking my hand, thanking me for my service, and waving the American flag was unbelievable. I was in tears the entire time. It's like my heart opened up for the first time in a very long time." Frank went on to say, "Diane, no doubt you will live a long and fruitful life, but when you get to heaven, me and all my veteran friends will be there, ready to shake your hand and welcome you home." His words have meant the world to me, and it has kept me motivated for 15 years. So here's to Frank. While we're here to remember the fallen, we're also here to recognize Larry. Larry is from our second mission as well, back in 2010. We took Larry to Normandy, France last summer to commemorate the 80th anniversary of D-Day. You have his bio in front of you, but I'm going to read it to you. Larry Eckstein was born June 30th, 1924, and grew up in a family of 7. He enlisted in the U.S. Army in 1944 at the age of 20. And after boot camp, he was deployed to Naples, Italy. In March 1945, he joined the 10th Mountain Division in combat, where he proudly fought in 2 major campaigns in the Upper Apennine Mountains and Po Valley in Italy. He fought with his division in combat until the end of the war. He was honorably discharged on February 28, 1947, and after the military, he worked as a semi-truck driver, which provided for his wonderful wife and family of 6 children, 8 grandchildren, and 7 great-grandchildren. Are there any more since then? I'm not sure. He was awarded various medals throughout his service, including the Bronze Star for his bravery and heroism in combat. A couple of final thoughts. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you today. And while it's not about promoting the good work that Old Glory Honor Flight is doing, I want to give you just a little information on 2 special projects that in the end recognize veterans well before they leave us. Number 1 is Missions of Honor. It's a new nonprofit that I manage in addition to Old Glory Honor Flight that recognizes younger veterans and focuses on the mental health and wellness through an annual retreat called Freedom to Liberty, a Mission of Healing. We all know about Mission 22. We all know about the 22 veterans a day that commit suicide. And thank God that number is coming down. But this was in an effort to help those veterans. The first time we organized a retreat, a young vet said to me, "You saved a life today." And I believed him. Those powerful words have kept us motivated in listening to the needs of our younger veterans. You can invite me back at a more appropriate time to talk about that. Secondly, I'd like to talk to you about a podcast called Preserving Freedom. While it's not an official Honor Flight project, one of our esteemed board members, who is currently serving in the National Guard, started it with the intention of preserving stories of our veterans before it's too late. So far, he has visited several World War II vets, and I know that Larry is on that list as well. It's focused on our senior veterans at the current time, and I invite you to listen to it. Jason does a fantastic job. In closing, I want to say thank you to the board for the invitation today and helping us remember the true meaning of Memorial Day. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. I would now ask Veteran Supervisor Jim Weiss and Tim Patterson to please present the colors. would also like to remind, if we could all stand, and veterans that are in attendance, it is now considered customary and proper to salute whether you are in or out of uniform. So with that, I will give our color guard a present arms and lead you in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I apologize, I did not give Larry time to present arms. You're doing pretty good? Let's do that pledge one more time. Are we all set to go? Good. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Order arms. I would now ask our color guard to please post the colors. I would now ask Supervisor Powers to do the invocation.
I will be doing an invocation for Memorial Day as well as for veterans in honor of PFC Eckstein and in honor of my own father, PFC Albert Hughes Weiser Jr. In your gracious charity, please accept the prayers, which tonight will have some religious overtones. In Flanders fields the poppies grow, between the crosses row on row that mark our place, while in the sky the larks still bravely singing fly, unheard amid the guns below. We are the dead. Short days ago we lived, felt dawns, saw sunsets glow, loved and were loved, but now we lie in Flanders field. Take up our quarrel with the foe. To you from falling hands we throw the torch. Be yours to bear it high. If you break faith with us who die, we shall not sleep, though poppies blow in Flanders field. O Judge of all the nations, we remember before you with grateful hearts the men and women of our country who, in the day of decision, ventured much for the liberties we now enjoy. Grant that we may not rest until all the people of this land and this world share the benefits of true freedom and gladly accept its disciplines. Amen. Lord, we thank you for the brave men and women who have served our country. We are grateful for their courage, selflessness, and the sacrifices they have made to protect our freedoms. We ask for your blessings upon them, their families, their caregivers, and all those who continue to serve. Grant them healing, whether physical, mental, or emotional. May they find peace and stability in their lives. We pray for your guidance and support as they navigate the challenges of civilian life. Lord, may we never forget the sacrifices they have made, and may we continue to honor and support them. Amen.
You may be seated. Chairman Egan. Thank you, Larry, Julie, Diane, and thank you, Chairman Egan, for giving us this opportunity.
again, we want to thank him very much, and Supervisor Nelson for getting that put together, and everyone that had anything to do with it. We thank you very much. Next thing on the agenda this evening is public comments. There will be time allowed for persons present to express their opinions on any resolution or ordinance that appears on the agenda, as well as any matter over which the body has jurisdiction. And you will each have, if you'll stand by a mic, state your name and address. You will have 2 minutes to go ahead and speak your concerns. So if anyone would like to, come up and stand at one of the mics.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Allie Thiel. My address is W1011 State Highway 96 in Kaukauna, and I am here this evening representing the Board of Directors for New Springs Christian Academy. It's a brand new school that's launching in Winnebago County this fall. We are looking at a couple of campuses, one being the former Shattuck Middle School campus, and the other being the UW Oshkosh Fox Valley campus. I know it's on the agenda this evening to give us some updates on what the use case for that property might be, and we'd be thrilled to be considered as a potential tenant of that building for launching our school. So I've sent our business plan and some information to the county admin's office, and I'm happy to follow up with any questions that you may have in the future. But I just wanted to introduce ourselves and let you know that we're here and eager to hear how you're going to use that campus. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to address the board?
Hello, my name is Tom France. I'm a resident of the town of Neenah. I live at 147 Plummer Court. Today I'm here representing an advocacy group called Save the Fox Campus, which was formed shortly after UW Oshkosh announced the closure of the campus. Save the Fox Campus has several hundred community members, principally from Winnebago and Outagamie counties. Our members may be alumni, faculty, staff, former employees of the campus, but even more importantly, most of our members are none of the above. They're community residents who have used and benefited from one or more of the community resources found at the campus. These are K-12 teachers, students, parents, members of community groups, and those in the general public who have visited the Barlow Planetarium or Weiss Earth Science Museum. People who may have attended the Children's Center or grown vegetables or flowers in the community garden located at the campus. They may be people who performed at a concert or attended a concert or theatrical performance in our Communication Arts Center. These people span the ages of 1 to well over 80, and they number in the thousands. We're very pleased that Winnebago County has developed a vision for the campus and the leadership that the county has taken and demonstrated by becoming the sole owner of the campus. We applaud your desire to use the campus to serve the public. Members of our group are ready to assist you and County Executive Hintz in that endeavor. We bring unique knowledge of the facilities, connections to community groups and tenants who may use the spaces, fresh ideas leading to new opportunities for these and other campus spaces. We look forward to playing an active and productive role with you as we create a new and exciting chapter for the campus, continuing and contributing to the high quality of life in our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone wishing to speak to the board this evening? Anyone else? Anyone on Zoom? That part is closed for this evening. Communications from County Clerk.
Good evening, everyone. We have a number of items tonight. I have 3 resolutions from other counties that will all be referred to the Legislative Committee. From Marathon County, Resolution R-1625, supporting the renewal of the Knowles Nelson Stewardship Fund. From Green Lake County, Resolution 05-2025, support of reauthorization of state funding for Knowles Nelson Stewardship Program. And from the City of Wausau, Resolution 250207, support the continuation of the Knowles Nelson Stewardship Program. We have a notice of claim from Optum RX Incorporated concerning efforts to sue Optum RX without legal authority. We have 3 petitions. The notice of claim, will be referred to the Personnel and Finance Committee. And then the petitions for zoning will all be referred to the Planning and Zoning Committee. We have a petition for zoning from LFK Enterprises LLC, Lynn Keller from the town of Neenah, to rezone from B3 General Business District to R1 Rural Residential District for tax parcel number 010033002. A petition for zoning amendment from Dennis Lang, Town of Winnebago, to rezone from A2 General Agriculture District to R1 Rural Residential District for tax parcel number 03000640202. And the last one from Brian K. Litton from the Town of Amro to rezone from B2 Community Business District and A2 General Agriculture District to A2 General Agriculture District for tax parcel number 016005301. Thank you.
Reports from committees, commissions, and boards. Please push in your buttons if you want to speak. No one wishes to speak? Yeah, don't see your name up there. Supervisor Swan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm the chair of the UWO Fox Cities Campus Board of Trustees. And I'm just going to poll rank and say technically we haven't been disbanded until we vote on the termination of the MOA tonight. And assuming that legal counsel doesn't object to me having this ability, I had a request from Walt Albrecht tonight that he be able to speak on behalf of the trustees and make a request for an announcement, if that's okay.
Corporation Counsel, we'll get your thoughts on it.
Generally speaking, if the chair is okay with somebody speaking, I'm not going to object to that.
Okay, as long as it's not too long. I know what it is, but go ahead.
I'm not going to speak. I'd like to ask that Walt Albrecht be allowed to speak.
Okay,
Thank you.
Supervisor Albrecht.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, and thank you very much, Tom, as well. As you may know, District 3, which I represent, is the home to the Fox Cities campus. And we stopped there yesterday on our bus tour. And at the end of the tour, Conley Hansen suggested to me that the supervisors here be invited to an open house inside the Barlow to see what the experience is really like and to meet Terry Gee, Dr. Terry Gee, to learn a little bit more about the background, the present, and the future of the Barlow Planetarium. We're expecting to schedule this sometime between June 10th and June 13th prior to our next meeting here on June 17th. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And that would not be a regular meeting. It would be kind of an invite, those that want to come or whatever. It would be posted as, so in case it was a quorum or whatever, but it would be an invite, so they'll have to get all the information put together and go from there.
It'll be more like an open house. Right, Tom?
Anyone else? Supervisor Nelson. Who? I'm sorry, Supervisor Hintz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just wanted to, for those of you who weren't able to attend the tour yesterday, kind of catch you up a little bit on what we did. We all met out at the Coughlin Center, and we had a little bit of donuts and coffee and kind of stretched our legs while we could, because while we were on the tour for most of the day, we sat on the bus and because we had so many places we had to go. We started out at our facilities complex on Knapp Street, and then from there we went to the Albrecht Building, Health and Human Services, here to the courthouse area, and we ended up at Parkview for lunch. And one of the things that that Mr. Elder, who is basically narrating our trip yesterday, went through, was that all these facilities that we're reviewing are going to come up in the future on our strategic plan, our master plan that we have for facilities department. And it was basically a primer to let everybody have an idea of what we're going to be talking about at our next meeting, our next board meeting. So, and we're going to have a presentation, so that way you can put images along with the presentations that you will all be seeing. After a very nice lunch that we had at Parkview, we went up to UW Fox Cities just to go around the campus and see what we had there, what we're taking ownership of. Then we went over to the Neenah Health and Human Services and Veterans Building. We came back to Oshkosh. We ended up over by Highway Department and the jail and the morgue area over there, and we were talking about possible expansion in that area. So, I mean, it was a big trip. We hit a lot of places in one day, which for a county tour is not the norm. and we actually made it almost on time. I think we were within like 15, 20 minutes, so that's pretty good. But I just wanted everybody to know that we had that, and if for those of you who are on the tour, now you're going to be able to put those images in your mind when you hear the presentation, and just remember when the presentation comes that we're not saying we need to do everything all at once. Please remember that. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Supervisor Nelson.
There we go. Just like to add, during the tour, we stopped in front of the building that does also house the Veterans Affairs office there, and Mr. Elder described the Veterans Affairs as kind of the stepchild of the county board. They get squeezed into a little bit whatever room is left, and this morning I had reason to go to the Veterans Affairs office, and they're not only the stepchild of the county, they're kind of the redheaded stepchild of the county, because they were pleasant and nice and gave me a little tour while I was there, but it is certainly challenging for the space that they have. So today would be a good day to kind of remember that they've been getting pushed into some pretty tight spots over the last several years. Thank you.
Okay, not seeing anyone else. Anyone on Zoom? Okay, we'll continue on from that there. Next is up the county executive report and appointments. County Executive Hintz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I just wanted to give a couple updates from the first few weeks. Really have involved a lot of meetings with department staff, attending committee meetings, community groups, meeting with county supervisors. I know a lot of you are on the agenda for the next few weeks. And I've been really impressed with the team that we have overall in Winnebago County. We've reestablished our department head meetings and plan on meeting twice a month for the time being, so we can build a more collective and cohesive leadership team. I want department heads to know what's happening in other parts of the county and speak up and be a sounding board on all county issues. I'll be meeting with the Omro administrator, the Algoma administrator, and the mayor of Neenah in the next week. Met with the mayor of Menasha and the Winneconne administrator and the Oshkosh city manager recently as well. I've got all the town board meetings on my calendar, and I'm committed to finding time to make my way out to introduce myself over the coming months at one of their meetings as we look for better ways to partner with them at the county level. But beyond meetings, the reality is that UW Fox has taken up a lot of time, which I'll get to in a minute. County communications, I just want to mention, we don't have a point person in Winnebago County that does our communications, but Eric Rasmussen with Emergency Management has really done a great job leading a 5-person communications team to do our social media and work promoting all of our departments and the work and events that are done throughout Winnebago County. And we met recently, and I really want to build upon this as we look for ways to get departments to really we got to sell the work that Winnebago County does so people are aware of our services. You know, they're aware of the programs so that when we get to the budget and we're trying to make investments in programs, you know, people know what's behind the dollars that are, what the dollars are, what programs the dollars are behind. And we got to get out there more. We got to engage the public more. And so we've asked departments to give us content and work with our communications team. UW Fox, tonight's action on terminating the lease really continues the path that the board started with their action on April 15th with the purchase agreement from Outagamie County. Assuming we terminate the lease tonight, the UW Oshkosh Chancellor will sign the termination agreement tomorrow. And then starting July 1st, Winnebago County will take ownership of the property. We expect to have a lease agreement with a public sector partner to continue childcare in place within the next week or two, so it will go uninterrupted when childcare stops from UW Oshkosh on June 20th and taken over on June 21st. We will need a 2025 supplemental budget appropriation, which will come to the Personnel and Finance Committee and then before the entire board for a vote at the June 17th meeting. This budget will be to cover operating expenses from July 1st to December 31st of 2025, and will cover costs for utilities and to support maintaining the operations and personnel costs for the Barlow Planetarium. We hope to hold a public listening or visiting session, as well as to answer questions from the community up at UW Fox Cities sometime before the end of June. I was glad to hear the speaker earlier tonight because we really do want to challenge our community partners. Winnebago County is stepping up to preserve the campus. You know, I heard a lot about wanting to maintain the cultural entities and preserve and invest in the public good. But the reality is, we don't want the county left holding the bag and paying for things that it can't sustain years down the road. We're going to need partnerships. We're going to need public, private fundraising. And we're going to need a viable model that's sustainable going forward. So, this is going to be some upfront costs for us to do, but I'm committed to working out a plan to make this an opportunity for the county and one that can be a win-win. I'm meeting with the Fox Cities Community Foundation and the Fox Cities Convention and Visitors Bureau in the next week to help build upon the support for our efforts to revitalize and sustain the campus going forward. And I've already met with the city of Menasha, and we'll meet with East Central Regional Planning next week to go over comprehensive plans for what a viable campus model might look like. Assuming things move forward, we'll assume ownership on July 1st. We'll need to do an inventory assessment in addition to a facilities assessment that is underway now. As you've heard, we've had some interested parties that want to tour the property as well. I'll say on the inventory, you realize when somebody wants to leave a campus, at first they were taking everything, and then they're taking not as much, and now they're like, you can have the gym equipment. So we've got a bunch of weightlifting equipment, and there'll probably be more there. So when I say inventory equipment, we'll probably be walking through a building. It'll be interesting to see what we have, and maybe we'll have a Winnebago County garage sale or something, surplus goods. I'll also remind you that the county is eligible for up to $2 million from the Wisconsin Economic Development Corporation to be used towards the redevelopment of the campus. The terms of how it is used are broad, but it can be, when they made this decision to allow the funding to be available for the redevelopment of the campuses, it recognized that counties were put in this position by the closure of the campuses and wanted to make this money available. And we want to come up with a viable plan so we can apply for this money sooner than later, to go towards the repurposing of funds or repurposing of the campus. The goals I heard from board members and from the community are preserve the community assets of the campus for public purpose in a financially sustainable way. And there are many things that I wish probably had been done 10 months ago. The county's assuming some risks and some costs, especially up front. But we plan on doing everything we can and working with all of you to make this a successful project for the county. And I want to thank Facilities Director Mike Elder, IT Director Jennifer Ritten, Corporate Counsel Mary Miller, HR Director Mark Habeck, Finance Director Paul Kaiser, and Director of Administration Jamie Roush for all their work in an incredibly short timeline. As you know, just in the last month, trying to get everything together, trying to get the lease together, trying to make sure we're meeting all the deadlines has not been easy, and the next few weeks will probably be just as busy. Moving on to appointments. For the Board of Health, I'm appointing Supervisor Lucas Renke. To the Solid Waste Management Board, Supervisor Doug Nelson, Supervisor Howard Miller, and Kevin Conrad, all reappointments. To the newly formed Parks Commission, Supervisor Steve Binder, Supervisor Karen Powers, Supervisor James Ponzer, Supervisor Rachel Dowling, Supervisor Doug Nelson, Larry Lautenschlager, and Bob Albright. And to the Human Services Board, Supervisor Walt Ulbricht and Supervisor Crystal Laux. And to the Veterans Service Commission, Jessica Brisky.
Is there a motion to accept these? Motion made and seconded to accept all the names mentioned above. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Carried. Thank you. Is there any questions you wanted to ask the county executive while he's here? I hate to get him away if there's any questions. So, okay. County Board Chair's report. The only one that I had call me to be excused or let me know is Supervisor Hancock Kate, so Cook, I should say. So she's the only one that let me know. This evening I have one appointment made. Some of you are going to ask why I'm doing this. Well, Kobe Schellinger, I think most of you know by now, has resigned off the board. He went through the sheriff, and then the sheriff let me know, and now he's on with the county executive staff. So I went ahead and being that Personnel and Finance is a committee that seems like it goes around just about everything that comes to the board, I thought we should get someone there right away. Now that does not mean that that position has been filled that for Supervisor Schellinger, but this one here for Supervisor for Personnel and Finance, I'd like to nominate Nate Gustafson. Motion made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Carried. Congratulations. County Board tour, we pretty well taken care of. One other thing I want to mention tonight, when we go over the resolutions on the rules, they can pass by majority vote. Any amendments, even if they're written out or whatever, but any amendments that were brought in has to pass by 2/3 votes. Just so you all know that. Any amendments that are brought in have to pass by 2/3 votes. Whether they're written out and you got it in your packet or if some come off the floor. All right. At this time, I ask the winners of the Winnebago County Board $2,000 scholarship program to please step forward. And Ann has already told you where to come. So in 2004, Winnebago County Board established a scholarship program for students showing interest in county government. Each interested student is required to submit an essay on what elected county office they would be interested in running for and why. A team at UW-Oshkosh evaluate the 53 essays that were submitted this year, and the top 9 essays scores will receive $2,000 scholarship for continuing education. Each recipient will receive the first installment of $1,000 tonight. The second installment of $1,000 will be awarded upon submission of a 2.5 grade point average or better, reported to the county clerk's office at the conclusion of their first semester. So at this time, we have them all up here. Julie will be the clerk will be reading off the names.
As I read your names, if you would step forward to the podium, please. Carly Matias.
Carly Mariash. I am planning to go to Lakeland University in Plymouth, Wisconsin to pursue a degree in business administration and entrepreneurship. And once I graduate, I hope to use my business knowledge to start a small business in nutrition. And I would also like to thank the county board for the effort and time they put into awarding me this scholarship. So thank you.
Harrison Flint.
Hi, this is Harrison Flint. I'm going to UW-Madison to double major in international relations and political science, and I hope to come back somewhere around here and join the board.
Liam Horton.
Hi, I'm Liam Horton. I go to Omro High School, and I'm planning on going to the University of Chicago in the fall to major in math and statistics. After that, I want to go to grad school and get a PhD and become a professor, but not sure where yet. So.
Alan Koji.
Hi, my name is Alan Koji. I attend Oshkosh North High School, and next year I'll be attending University of Madison. I'll be pursuing a degree in civil engineering, and afterwards I hope to come back here and work in an environmental job preserving our community.
Ashley Schumann.
Hi, I'm Ashley Schumann. I plan to go to the University of Oshkosh next year and stay here. And I plan to major in kinesiology and become a physical therapist.
Bryce Dorn.
Hi, I'm Bryce Dorn. I plan to go to Fox Valley Technical College for veterinary technology, and then after that I hope to go to grad school to become a veterinarian.
Holly Rowe.
Hi, my name is Holly Rowe. I go to Oshkosh West High School, and then I plan on attending the University of Wisconsin-Madison to major in biochemistry, and then I further on plan to go into the medical field. Thank you.
Ian Woods.
My name is Ian Woods. I attend Winnebago High School. I'm going to Stevens Point for business administration, and I'd like to, with my degree, come home and further expand my family's business. And I'd like to thank the county board for awarding me this scholarship.
Let's give them all another nice round of applause. Okay. Honoring retiring county board employees, Supervisor Cox.
Sorry, my system went down, so I can't get to the mics.
You can't get to the mics right now. Can you holler like you do sometimes, Supervisor Cox?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to introduce and move that we accept 05/2025 accommodation for Billy Verbruggen.
Motion made and seconded. You want to do the second one while she's getting up, and then she'll just read both of them afterwards, and we'll approve them. Yes, just go ahead with Resolution 0122052025, and then she'll go ahead and do both of them at once. Yes, sir.
Please accept the motion for 01/22/05/2025 for accommodation for Charlie Brimmer. Second.
Motion is made and seconded.
Okay, yep. Okay, yep.
Okay. Hers is back on now.
The commendation for Billy Verbruggen. Billy Verbruggen joined the Winnebago County Public Health Department as WIC program nutritionist in 2003. She served Winnebago County and its residents for 22 years. Billy has been a dedicated and valued member of the WIC team by providing nutrition services for exemplary skill and genuine kindness to WIC families. She is an IBCLC and was the breastfeeding coordinator who worked diligently to ensure all women involved with WIC were able to meet their breastfeeding goals and all families had the resources needed to be the best parents they can be. Billy retired on April 14th, 2025. We thank Billy for her dedication to the WIC program and all the WIC families of Winnebago County. We extend our best wishes to Billy as she enjoys a well-earned retirement filled with cottage adventures, cherished memories with her grandchildren, and all the happiness she so richly deserves. The commendation for Charlene Bremer. Charlene Bremer dedicated 37 years to Winnebago County. Charlene started as a part-time account clerk 1 in the Treasurer's Office on May 9th, 1988. Throughout her career, Charlene held a variety of positions: confidential clerk typist in personnel HR, full-time secretary 1 at Solid Waste, data entry clerk in the county clerk's office, secretary 1 at Family Court Counseling Services, deputy court clerk administrative associate 3 at the clerk of court's office probate. Charlene ended her career at Human Services as a child welfare administrative associate 3 for juvenile intake and CPS ongoing teams. Charlene learned early on that she wanted to be in a support role as she enjoyed helping teams. She supported and shared her extensive knowledge with many throughout her 37 years. She will be so missed, and she so deserves her retirement. We are grateful that she chose to support all of us at Winnebago County for so long.
All those in favor of the resolution and commendation for Billy Verbruggen and also for Charlene Bremer signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Carried. Business. Approval of proceedings for April 15th, 2025. Motion made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Carried. Resolution 012305/2025, authorization to apply and accept a grant from the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources for the Mutamore Boat Landing we've got two of them here. Supervisor Powers and Supervisor Cox are both chairmen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for the resolution 0123-052025, the resolution to authorize to apply and accept a grant from the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources for the Mutamore Boat Landing Project.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Carried. Resolution 0120505-2025, authorize the relinquishment of the unused grant funds number 313012024 in the amount of $500,000 from the Spirit Fund Government Identified Community Project category to expand the building of Nova Counseling Service. Paul, I'd like to have you talk on this, and
So you missed
this is the money coming back from Nova.
Tom, you missed number 3.
Okay. I skipped one. I skipped 3. We better go back to number 3 first. I apologize. Resolution 124052025, authorize the use of $25,000 from the Spirit Fund County Government Project for the review of airport lease rates. This is submitted by the ARPA Strategy and Outcome Commission. Okay. Motion made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. You can. No, but I didn't see any lights on, so. Okay. Supervisor Swan. So, did you want to speak on it?
Well, yeah, I guess I will.
Supervisor Swan wants to speak.
All right. I guess as you know, I objected to this study being done without approval of 3.145, that the Facilities Committee should have a say in who's hired for this rent study, because valuation services includes rent studies. We did have a committee meeting on this. We didn't have much time to spend on it because we had other pressing issues. I brought this forth. Mike Elder pointed out that there were 2 other airport-related ordinances that gave them jurisdiction over this. I would have liked that we would have had those available for review prior to the meeting. We didn't have that. And then the study itself was hired out through finance, and an explanation was given as to who they had hired, but we did not have specific data put before us on who was hired, their background, or an ability to take a look at their qualifications. And I guess I just had time to reflect on that and thought that, there's a lack of transparency involved here that I would have liked to seen us have the ability in facilities to take a look at this and say, yes, this is okay, or no, it isn't, because we're talking about airport lease rates for the entire airport. And you can hire someone as an appraiser to do this, but you want to make sure that that appraiser is going to be objective, that they're not going to look to give a favorable outcome to the airport so that they can just say, yeah, we were right, rates are where they should be, and that's it. My problem with airport lease rates is the inbred use of data. It's only used from airports, and mostly in Wisconsin, and 20-year-old hangars versus new hangars. So we really don't have objective data. And we needed to make sure we hired someone that's done a lot of these and understands that that's an issue. Thank you.
Did anyone else want to speak on that? I called for the vote right away because I look up there and there's no name up there, and so that's when I called for it. So, okay, I'll ask for the vote again after the speak. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay.
Nay.
2 nays. Resolution 0125052025. Relinquish the unused grant funds of number 313012024 in the amount of $500,000 from the Spirit Fund's Government Identified Community Project category to expand the building of Nova Counseling Services. I'm going to call on Paul on this because of the money end of it. There, you want your mic on there. You want to sit or you want to stand?
Okay, I guess this is on. We went through the approval for all of the projects. Nova Counseling was one of them that got approved. They were sent the information on the $500,000 to fill out the checklist, to send us back information, documentation. They did not get back to me on what they're going to do with the money or anything on that. I contacted them several times. They said they did not plan on going forward. I let them know that based on the resolution, they had 5 years from the date of resolution, which was into 2029, and said it's $500,000 for you to do something to expand Nova Counseling. So are you sure you do not want this money and you cannot use it somehow planning in the next 5 years, 4 years now? So they said no. I said, well, I need a resolution from your board saying you do not want the money and you rescind the acceptance of the board giving you the money. So doing my fiduciary duty to Winnebago County, I bring this back to you saying they relinquished the money, so it's up to us to put it back in the Spirit Fund and decide on what is the next avenue for that.
Any discussion on Supervisor Powers? Oh, okay. Supervisor Powers was up there. Anyone else?
Was there a motion to approve?
Yes, I thought there was. Yes. Motion made and second for the approval. Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Not seeing any. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Nay. One nay. Resolution number 0126-052025, approve the execution of agreement to terminate the 1970 Memorandum of Agreement between Winnebago County, Outagamie County, and the Board of Regents of the University of Wisconsin. Supervisor Hintz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I make a motion to approve Resolution number 0126-052025, approve the execution of agreement to terminate the 1970 Memorandum of Agreement between Winnebago County, Outagamie County, and the Board of Regents of the University of Wisconsin System.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion? Pardon? Right. Any discussion? Any raised hands? Okay. James Ponzer. Supervisor Ponzer.
Yes, I just have a question. Just before I came down here on the news, Outagamie County was taking 3.2 or 2.3 million out of that campus on a grant. Can somebody explain that? Because I was under the impression last meeting that we gave them the stones and bones and they were going to sell everything over to us. But it seems like they might be getting something. Somebody just explain that to me.
Supervisor Hintz.
I have not heard anything about that. Has
Mike
anybody-
Elder?
Anybody from Corporation Council heard anything? 'Cause I know you guys were doing all the paperwork. As far as we know, yeah, as you see. No.
Okay. County executive, usually I don't let the county executive talk, but do you know anything about this?
They may be referring to, in the release last week after the Outagamie County passed the purchase agreement and the termination agreement, the History Museum announced that they had received some grants to accommodate the installation of the rock collection, but it was more like a $250,000, I thought. 233, it wasn't 3 million. There was some other funding that they had available, but it was not along the lines of what I just heard.
Supervisor Holt.
I am reading online a headline and I haven't
Can you
run
take
into
your mic, please? Thank you.
I'm reading a headline because, of course, we're in the middle of a meeting, but it says Outagamie County is still debating rerouting of $3.2 million from UWO Fox Cities for upgrades.
What's the source?
This is Fox 11 News.
I'm assuming that's their money that they were going to use in their capital budget for the UW Fox that they're just going to repurpose towards those upgrades.
It says originally earmarked for UW Oshkosh Fox Cities may soon be used for improving aging systems in Outagamie County.
Finance Director?
It's what they just said. It says $3.2 million that was earmarked for capital projects for UWO that are no longer being used because they're no longer part of UW. So it's not a grant, it's money they had appropriated or were going to set aside for capital projects.
Supervisor Hintz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. After hearing all the information and discussing it with Director Elder, when we did not approve money for the kitchen area, when we did not approve all these improvements up there, Outagamie County had approved them. So they're basically going through the process of reclaiming that money that we never approved our half of.
Okay. So there you've got it. All right. Supervisor Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My questions were answered. Thank you.
Is that it? Supervisor Holt, your name was still up there. Did you have anything more? Okay, thank you. Ponzer, Conley, that's it. Supervisor Ponzer was done. He got his answers, correct?
Yes, I want to know
Okay.
where that money came from.
Yes. So they've all spoke. Anyone on Zoom? No. All right. This here we'll vote by machine, as long as there's no other questions or anything. Okay, we'll vote by machine on here. This will just be a majority vote, but just to make it all legal and everything, we'll vote by machine. So all of those that are in favor of relinquishing, or I should say of the agreement, vote yes. Those that aren't, vote no. I am, yes. And that passes 33 to nothing. Resolution 0127052025, Section 0.0, Role of the County Board of Supervisors, submitted by Ad Hoc Task Force on Rules of the Winnebago County. This will be brought in by the Judiciary and Public Safety, which is in charge of all the rules. So Supervisor Wise.
Thank you, Chairman Egan. Please accept my motion for Resolution 0127-052025, Section 0.0, Role of the County Board Supervisor.
Motion made and seconded. Supervisor Gustafson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, my question might be for Corp Counsel. So just looking at page 66 from our packet, starting at line 67 through 69, my question is, we call out a lot about the county-owned electronic devices. This statement seems to just be a broad blanketing statement about all electronic devices. And I would understand maybe if that is kind of in the context of people using their own devices for county business. Is that correct?
it is very broad. And perhaps by design. That it does not say anything about whether it's a personal device or a county-owned device. It's that supervisors' usage of electronic devices must not be bad.
So I guess my follow-up to that then is, does this go beyond the scope of county business while using personal devices, as it's worded?
I would say that the way it's worded would not be outside of or contrary to statute. It is up to the board as to whether the board wishes to govern itself in this way. So it's not necessarily a legal question, it's more of a policy question for the board to decide.
Because, yeah, and so to my point, thank you, Corporation Counsel. To my point there is, it just seems a little broad in the sense of the scope of the use of these personal devices, whereas if we were to call out the county business within these devices would be subject to the terms that are listed there. So that's part of my concern right now. I'll let others speak, obviously, on this, but that's kind of where I'm at right now. Thank you.
Supervisor Facetto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have just a clarification question on page 67 under the percentages that we're using. 90% for the chair and the vice chair, and 75% for the general members of the various committees. Where's the starting point? Is it when you start your term and meetings begin happening that you hit 75%? So whenever you hit that, that's the target or the threshold? Or is it over your 2-year period of all the committees that you're on? I'm just looking for some clarification on that.
I believe chairman of the task force might be able to answer it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The intent of this, it would basically start at the beginning of the term and then rolling. So if we're in a 6-month period, you have 6 meetings. You can address something if there is a member that falls below an attendance in here. And please note that it is a may, not a must.
Thank you.
Okay, what else did we have? Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to comment on the question that Supervisor Gustafson had. Here, what about page number 67? The resolution does state on that between 67 and 69, the use of electronic devices must adhere to all Winnebago County use policies. So I'm assuming that your personal computer does not adhere to the Winnebago County use policies, and the Winnebago County use policy states you need to use the county-supplied computer.
Supervisor Hanson, did you have something else?
No, I didn't know if I was allowed to weigh in.
Okay. Supervisor Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my question will be directed at the committee chair here. The 6-month that you reference, is that in the this resolution here stating that, or is that just personal belief? Or I guess I don't disagree with it, but I just heard some comments of when does that start, day one? You know, is that spelled out in this resolution that every 6 months, then that's the attendance policy, or is it a year?
I don't know exactly which committee you're talking about, because judiciary is bringing.
I guess the ad hoc task force. I guess I'd ask Supervisor Hanson then.
I apologize for miscommunication. The 6 months was really just an example. It could be at 12 months a committee decides to address something. So There is no arbitrary number. It's just when a committee chooses or a board chooses to address.
Just so I remind everybody that we did have an ad hoc committee, which was 7 members, but then the judiciary and public safety are the ones that actually bring the rules and that in, and they have 5 members on there. So when you say chairman of someone or another, it's actually all coming in from the judiciary and public safety. Because they read over all, after the task force was done, then they sat down for 4 or 5 hours, I don't know how long, they sat down and read them all over again, so, and took their time, almost 6. So, anyone else? Supervisor Gustafson. Oops, I see Supervisor Brewer over there too.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to build on what Supervisor Frassetto mentioned. And again, I'm looking at rows 109 through 115. The rules as written are silent on when the time period starts and when it ends. The danger of that is if we have a committee that's in place and there's a difference in policy, I can start the clock anytime as a potential as a chair of that committee and say someone is not attending during that time period. Therefore, it could become arbitrary. I suggest that we need some clarification on that section so it could be uniformly put in place. Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Gustafson?
We should go withdraw and let
Okay.
others speak before.
I believe it's Supervisor Dowling. Supervisor Dowling?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to give some insight on why this rule was put in that we're discussing for lines 109 to 115. It was put in because we are on salary now. Previously, supervisors were paid per meeting they attended, so the only reason this was put in was so that there would actually be repercussions if supervisors weren't attending meetings. If clarity is wanted, I would suggest someone amend this.
Supervisor Holt?
I'd be happy to amend it. Thank you for the suggestion. I agree with Supervisor Barrow that it is left a little arbitrary without a start and end. And I would suggest that we amend to say, as measured by the term starting April meeting, ending April, whatever 2 years later is. I don't have an answer for the dates. Yeah, the organizational meetings, as Chairman Cox just suggested. So I think both of those need it. Both the 90% and the 70% need that start and end period so that we know when we're measuring from. I'd also suggest that that is the responsibility of the chair or vice chair or whoever they designate to manage that attendance based on whether or not they deem that it's important to their committee.
Did you get her amendment?
What'd you say about 2/3 vote? They can remove from their assignment, right?
Do we have a second to that amendment? Second. It was seconded by Supervisor Bureau.
Point of information, you restate.
Right, she's trying to get it.
Oh, okay.
I would love to if I could. Yes. Yeah, comma.
Jesse, do you have it word for word?
I have as measured by term starting April organizational meetings, going to the April organization meeting. Did you need anything else in there?
Feels clear to me. I hear a recommendation from Supervisor Cox that he would like it to be between those two meetings.
I know, but we gotta just take so many.
Between the organizational,
Oh, so by terms,
Yeah, I see a Supervisor Swan, I got.
between the
numbers I got.
two organizational meetings is what I'm, yeah.
so measured by the terms between the two organizational meetings.
Yes.
At the end of each paragraph so after line 111 at the end and 115 at the end.
Yes, thank you.
So you got that. We have a motion made and seconded on the amendment, so any questions will just be on the amendment at this time. So, Supervisor Holt, you call ready to call in. Supervisor Hintz on the amendment?
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This feeds into what I was going to say before the amendment was made, actually. If you look at lines 111 and 115, there's no need for an amendment because both of these say unless excused by the county board chair or vice chair. So this is dealing simply with unexcused absences, people who are just ignoring the committee. They're not letting people know that they're not going to be there. Because if you're excused, you can still miss the meetings. That's how this is written. So I don't think we need the amendment on this because it's covered right there.
I didn't get who was next.
Supervisor Hanson.
Hanson? Supervisor Hanson on the amendment?
I was going to say the same thing as Supervisor Hintz. It is actually covered, but if the amendment goes forward, I would suggest amending the language because the committees don't really organize until their first meeting, which probably takes place in either May or June. April is just the organizational meeting, and then committee chairs and committees don't start meeting until later.
Vice Chairman Fari?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For a point of clarity, I'll address this to Chairman Weiss. In your opinion, sir, when these rules are approved, do they become effective upon approval, or do they become effective during the next term? As I've heard mentioned during the ad hoc committee meetings. So I think we need to clarify that.
Yeah, Vice Chairman Fari, my interpretation of this would be that it would be at the next term, not this term.
In reference to the amendment, then that would be, I assume, satisfactory explanation, that it becomes effective during the next term, the next election, in other words. These rules will not be pertinent during the balance of this term. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Is that the way the committees brought him in? It's not until next term?
I'm sorry.
Is that the way the committees brought him in, is not until next term? Whomever from a committee that can answer that, I would appreciate it.
We cannot pass a rule for a future board. So the answer is no. The next board would handle those rules, just like we really can't do an amendment that goes into the next organizational meeting because this body ends before that point. So we would be we'd be passing a rule actually for the next body. So we would have to end the amendment with language around when this term commences. You could say that, but you can't say between because between means then we're actually imposing a rule on the next body, which we can't do.
Right. Supervisor Fiery?
I believe your interpretation is absolutely correct, sir. So, but for clarification, then the passage of these rule changes will be effective upon passage. And well, whenever the clerk can get things together. I assume you're gonna keep what you have or not gonna redo the book, so. We're back to the amendment then. I guess your amendment would have to refer to, upon passage for the balance of this term.
Well, I just want to make one more thing clear. It's not when these are passed tonight, because they have to go to county executive.
Oh, yes, sir. Upon approval by the county
Right.
executive. Thank you.
And then when they signs off, then they're approved. So, back on the amendment. Was there anyone? Supervisor Swan.
Thank you,
On the
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I forgot that the list isn't always up, so I was raising my hand frantically and didn't need to do that.
I wouldn't miss you.
Yeah, yeah. What I wanted to say is, are we not talking about a session here? We're defining what is really just a session from date to date. So if we just said session, that would take care of it. You wouldn't have to define the dates. Am I right or no? Could I ask Supervisor Holt if she believes
Looking
that's
at her.
true?
Supervisor Holt, is that what you're talking about?
Whatever the proper terminology is. So is it a term or is it a session? And so that's A. And is it retroactive to the beginning of our term and/or session?
Corporation Counsel, maybe this would be a good spot for you to step in. This is Sarah Sturts. I apologize.
Congratulations.
Maybe she just soon I didn't address now, but.
Hopefully Mary Ann's having fun. This will be easier to define once we get to section 9, when we talk about definitions. Because right now we define session in one way, and that might change. So once we define session, if we define session the way it's proposed, then yes, we're talking about a session, but we're not there yet.
I believe we're talking about our terms, right? The terms we're being elected to fulfill or re-elected to fulfill. So that is my proposed language if we are going to change it. I'm not making that proposal. I'm trying to get to, are we measuring from the start of our term, which started in April of 2024? No, our elected term started in April of 2024. So is it retroactive? And therefore, it goes until April of 2026, whenever the next election is.
Supervisor Hanson.
Clarification for Corporation Counsel, it wouldn't be retro because the rule, if passed, would begin when the county executive signs it. So it would only be, the clock would only begin ticking from the date that it passes, it wouldn't be retroactive. But I defer to the opinion of Corporation Counsel.
Correct. Whatever passes doesn't become effective until it's signed. My concern earlier was using words that we're going to understand the same now as we are 2 hours from now.
Supervisor Harrison. On the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I was on the task force and also a chairman of the health board, to me, I think we originally thought maybe the term, but I think that's the wrong way to go. For me, I think it should be up to the chairman to decide. Because what if a person is on there and then can't make it, leaves, and somebody else is assigned, and that person doesn't come to the meetings? How do you do that? That's outside there. I'm saying it should be up to the chairman and his committee, if they feel that a person isn't showing up enough times, that they can make a decision what to do. But to put it on the whole term, it's committees, boards. It's not our whole, supervisors here. It's what happens on the boards or the committees. And I think if you think about that, if somebody doesn't show up, or we replace them with somebody else, or they leave or go take another position, now it opens up, what about that person? That person, just started his term,
So there's a start there, but I think it should be up to the chairman of the committee board to decide in his committee which right. That's it.
Supervisor Stafford.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman, you skipped me.
Well, I didn't see your name up there.
It's on there, it's above Harrison.
I take everything you said back.
I apologize.
Where?
I know you were up there once and then you didn't want to talk, so.
No, that was a different subject. This is on the amendment.
Okay,
Okay, my problem with Supervisor Holt's amendment, the way it's written, is you've got a whole year before you decide to count the 90% or 75%, and at that point, who cares? I don't think it has to go from one to the other. There has to be at some point where you say, listen, you've missed 90% of your committee meetings, or 75%. You can't wait a whole 2 years and then say, oh, by the way, there has to be some point where you say, you've missed 90% or 75%, depending on your role, and not give them the whole 2 years to say, oh, wait, look what you did. We're getting a salary, we need to show up.
thank you. Supervisor Stafford.
All right, cool. Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple comments. First is really a good thought in terms of the vagueness there. I sure wish this would have been identified and brought forward in the myriad of meetings we've had up to this point, right? I mean, the whole purpose of this was to push these kinds of conversations off of our collective assembly, and here we are rehashing an organizational meeting, which is unfortunate. But with that, I just want to make two comments. First is to Supervisor Harrison's comment. If you refer to lines 115 and 111, this does give flexibility for the chair or vice chair to make those adjustments. So there is some flexibility in that way. And if there's concerns with definitions, then perhaps we should lay this on the table until after section 9 and then come back to this. Just a thought. Sure, that could be, that could be a motion, I suppose. Can I do that now?
Motion
Well, I don't have a
made-
second, but.
Motion
Okay.
made and second to lay this over till session 9.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman, since we are discussing the amendment, are we laying over the amendment or are we laying over the resolution?
We're laying over the whole thing. Because the amendment's
Yeah.
part of the resolution now. So it'd be all laid over,
And we do have a second.
right? So Supervisor Lutz, it's being laid over. Supervisor Ranky, I know you had a question on that part.
My comments are on the amendment.
Okay. Supervisor Hanson is being laid over. Okay. Supervisor
No,
Gustafson?
Not on laying over, no.
I know, but they all got their hands up and I just. Okay. So there's no debate on this motion. So there's no debate on this, just so we all know about it. Supervisor Gustafson?
Yeah, just as a comment to this motion itself, there, I think, should be an opportunity that we should all consider suspending the rules and taking up the section 9 after we are potentially to lay this on the table, just so we can get the definitions out of the way. So that's all I want to say.
Supervisor Dowling?
Same comment as Supervisor Gustafson. It doesn't make sense.
Okay,
9 should be next.
so,
Point of order, I'll withdraw.
okay.
If someone wants to go ahead and do that.
So the motion is,
So someone has to do a motion to bring forward section 9.
to postpone section 0 and discuss section 9 next.
okay,
Second.
it's been seconded. I just have to slow up here now because they gotta type their handwritten, all this stuff out. I don't know if we have to vote on that or not, if they go right to 9. Yeah, but I think they can suspend it and go right to 9. Ask her.
Chairman, may I rephrase? Yes.
Evidently.
It's my lucky day. Mr. Chairman, I would like to suspend the rules, lay section 0 on the table, and discuss next section 9.
Motion made and seconded. Does that get voted on?
That's how you do it, Chris.
Does that get voted on?
Yes, that would be majority vote.
Right. So, you want to state what we're going to do now? Again, Supervisor Dowling, so
I would
everyone
love
hear
to.
this?
Sure. Mr. Chairman, I move that we lay on the table section 0, discuss section 9 next, and suspend the rules.
Any discussion on that part? I'm going to ask at least all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Well, we can do by machine then, but I think the ayes have it. If you're in favor of it, vote A. If you're not, vote nay. I'm in favor of it. That way we're going to get done.
Pockets hanging out of my jacket. I'll just shove it. Good job, thank you. Section 9 should be section 0.
I'm a yes, so, okay. Who you missing?
Yeah. Oh, 1,000.
Supervisor Wise,
You didn't vote.
and Supervisor Belleville.
Supervisor Belleville has stepped out of the room right now.
Supervisor Fari.
Supervisor Fari is reading his literature. You didn't vote.
And it's a majority, right? Majority?
Yes.
It passed. Okay.
And that passes 27 to 5. So now we'll go to 9. Where's 9? So we'll be going down Resolution 0136052025, Section 9, definitions. Supervisor Wise.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm bringing forth Resolution 0136-052025, Section 9.0, definitions.
Did I hear a second? You seconded. So we are on Section 9. It's been motion made and seconded. Do you have anybody? I see no one want to say anything on this. Who does?
This is the one where we had the two definitions.
Supervisor Fari?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm reading on line 52 through 63. As I read and interpret this, basically the new language, which is in red, kind of defines the meetings from a beginning of a term to the end of that term, which is 2 years after our organizational meeting. That is defined on line 62, but it doesn't use the word term. It says the 2-year period between organizational meetings occurring in April of each even-numbered year. That defines your term. So a session, as I interpret this, is the meetings that are held within that term. Would I be correct?
I would think so, right? He was asking you.
Or the chairman of either committee, didn't matter.
I think the way that it's written would be, we're not using the word term. This is not discussing, when someone is elected and when their term ends. This is discussing the definition of the word session. And of course, using the word session within that definition, which makes things fun. The way I am reading this is that a session would also overlap entirely with a normal term, unless there's somebody who has to step off the board for some reason.
Supervisor Holt?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe, I agree with the way that our Corporation Council has interpreted this. My concern is that last sentence is the definition of our term, and having multiple definitions of session is not very useful. I know it's in the dictionaries, but it's not very useful when we use words interchangeably to mean different things.
I've been informed that the intent is that "or" that's highlighted in yellow is actually meant as a true "or" for the board to decide which definition. So it's either that last sentence or what came before.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Supervisor Stafford, yes.
So how are we going to dispense of this in this body? We have to select one or the other. How are we going to do this?
It'll be up to us, I guess.
Well, you're the chair. How
It'll
does
be
the
up to
chair
us.
want to do this?
Well, you'll have to decide and vote on it and decide which one you want to go with. That's about the only way you can do it. That's the fairest way.
I don't.
So,
She didn't. So.
or the Committee of Jurisdiction decide and bring it forward and say, this is the ones that we feel is the best one.
We passed it to you.
Vice Chairman Farah, you had something?
If I might, perhaps it would clarify Rule 9.9 if I offer a couple of words to be added at the end of 63. Would it be beneficial if we simply say, and I'm reading from 62, the red lines, the 2-year period between organizational meetings occurring in April of each even number year defining a term? Would that alleviate some of the confusion? Yes, and there's no misunderstanding that during that 2-year period, you're not only, you're confusing session with term. So that would define term, and a session, reading through this, in my opinion, simply defines a series of meetings within that term. Would you like that as a motion to amend, Mr. Chairman?
If you would like.
Yep, I'll move to add the wording I defined, or should I say that again slowly? Line 63, I'll start with the word occurring in April of each even-numbered year, period, defining a term.
Second.
Thank you.
That is seconded. Supervisor Holt.
Thank you. If I may recommend a friendly amendment, I would suggest it say occurring in April of each even-numbered year, the definition of the term or term, so that it is all one sentence A, and so that it is a full sentence. Yes. We are, definitely the same intention. I'll let the people who wordsmith the best. Okay.
So is that a friendly amendment that's, you guys are putting together there, or otherwise we got amendment upon amendments here and we'll, so that was a friendly amendment.
That's, is there a second to that friendly amendment? Okay.
You second, Supervisor Buck. I'm just. Supervisor Burrow. It's amendment. Right. So it'll take 2/3 vote to get passed.
Wait a minute.
Supervisor Bureau on that amendment?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would suggest a friendly amendment to the friendly amendment, and that is because this is definitions, we've just described the definition of a term. So just break it out as a separate term right underneath of that. In other words, the 2-year period, it will start with, 10.0 or 9.91 term, the 2-year period, blah, blah, blah. So it's a separate definition. Since this is definitions, is the nature of this resolution. Thank you.
Well, we've got 3 amendments up.
No, I'm just suggesting we break it out as a separate number. Yes, that's all.
I think Supervisor Dowling next.
For Rule 1.2. Is this me?
I'm the frame.
I know, I don't know.
You can if you want. You got 3 amendments on the floor already.
I know. Okay. We just had a suggestion that have Rule 9.9 define a session, and then add in another rule that would define term. So it will adjust all of our numbers down as we go down, but that last sentence would define a term. And the top part that would end with Rule 1.2 would define session. That's a suggestion.
I see head shaking is yes,
No,
no.
we can be in session, like when we meet, like this is a session.
Confuse or make this more complicated than necessary. I think just adding the words to the end of that sentence on 63, in my opinion, would be sufficient. I appreciate your amendment, sir, but I don't want to get it too confusing and complicate the whole process, start changing all the numbers. So it goes back to my amendment and the correction of that amendment by Supervisor Holt. You good with that, Julie?
They want to go back by the first amendment. That's what they want to have vote on.
Yeah.
No, he just wants some few words that they had at first. One that Supervisor Holt added on as a friendly one.
Okay, for Supervisor Holt, it would say occurring in April of each even-numbered year, the definition of term? Is the definition of term, okay.
And you got Vice Chairman Fari's in there too. They combined.
I thought
got everything there? Okay.
his was first,
Yep.
and then,
Okay.
yeah. So we're voting on that now, or do you want to answer all of?
Well, Supervisor Wise, did you have something you'd like to say?
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair Fari, for that. Question is the word "or" on 58. That would be probably a friendly amendment to remove the word "or," which I would approve. I don't see a need for it anymore.
Supervisor Laux?
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. A session is not equivalent to a term. Like, the budget session is 3 days with breaks in it.
2 or 3 days.
That's, yeah. And a term is this definition down here.
That's what we're trying to come to.
Right. So, session is not the 2-year period between organizational meetings occurring in April of even-numbered years. That's not a session. That's a term.
Yes.
The WCA, or Wisconsin Counties Association, definition of a session is the 2-year period between organizational meetings occurring in April of each even-numbered year.
Point of clarification. What's a term?
I don't know that the WCA addressed definition of a term. We don't use terms. Yeah, so the purpose of this is to define the terms that this board is going to use. So the counties association uses the word session. The statutes refer to the word session. If we're talking about elections, when you all are elected, you are talking about terms, but in terms of what the board accomplishes, what the board accomplishes is accomplished during sessions. So if you want to use the word term in here, you are confusing yourselves and me. I think that you are, yeah, the way it's phrased here, the county's original definition of session is more reflective of the one on top, and the WCA's definition of session is the last sentence as written. And so it's up to the board to decide how you're going to define the words the board wishes to use to govern itself.
Supervisor Facetto? Okay.
And I have no more speakers.
We have no more speakers, so
I don't know where you want to vote.
we've got amendment on the floor. Amendment on the floor. Yes, Supervisor Cox, I didn't see your name up here.
There we go. Corporate counsel, what does the term Sendai mean? At the end of the last session we have Sendai or adjourned. Kills it, they're dead. You don't have any more sessions behind it. A session is a continuous process from beginning of the term to the end of the term, Sendai.
The definition of the phrase Sendai means that there's no date set for the next meeting or session. So it would mean until a date to be specified in the future, as opposed to adjournment to the next date. The way the county board usually does things is that we know that, the dates are scheduled, we know when the meetings are going to be, but if we wanted to not have the next date scheduled when you adjourned this meeting, then this meeting would be adjourned Sendai.
And it would be a closed-end session. It is not a term. The term is from organizational meeting to organizational meeting, and it includes several sessions. We don't define a term by 15 sessions. We define the term as a length of period of time between two organizational meetings.
I am not seeing in section 9 where the board has chosen to define term.
Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sindai is a Latin phrase that means without day. So something that is done sindai means it has no definite date or period to resume. I Googled it. It's a and if it's in Google, it's got to be true. It's legalese for indefinitely and Latin for without day. If a meeting ends with no set date to get back together, it's adjourned sindai. Thank you. I'm not even sure I'm pronouncing it right.
Okay, so again, we have amendment on, I believe Julie had read it, and there's no other questions, and it takes a 2/3 vote to pass. So you all heard the amendment. So if you're in favor of the amendment, you'll vote yes. If you're not in favor of the amendment, you'll Supervisor Swan. Supervisor Swan.
What Howard Miller said is what I was going to say.
Okay.
Please turn my mic.
Can you read the amendment again? You got a headache all yet?
I do.
I believe that.
Okay, the amendment I have, starting on line 62, the 2-year period between organizational meetings occurring in April of each even-numbered year is the definition of term. Now, I just need to also clarify if we are including Supervisor Wise's friendly amendment to remove the word "or" on line 58.
He said, yes. Vice Chairman Farley said it's fine.
Okay. So then I think we're ready.
So did you all hear it and understand it now? Supervisor Swan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If we remove "or," how do these two sentences link together and make sense? In red, in 9.9.
That's it.
That is my question. Can someone answer that?
Supervisor Holt.
As a former English major, I would suggest that because there are two separate sentences, the "or" is unnecessary, and we are clarifying the difference between a session and a term.
Supervisor Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Apologies if I missed something. If we are doing a separate definition for term, we would need either a 9.95 or put term somewhere below 9.17.
The only thing what she read is all that we're voting on now, as of right now. Any other questions on what you're about to vote on? It'll take a 2/3 vote. Supervisor Mako.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excuse me. I believe we're confusing the word session. As Supervisor Gustafson knows, a session in the state is a session covering that year. And that's what this session is supposed to be, covering the period. So we're confusing the period of time that we're doing a session that we were elected for and a session we're having a meeting. So I think we do need two different 9.9 or 9.95 to have separate definitions of the two items. That'll
have to come in as a separate amendment then. because we've already got this amendment on the floor. So, all right. Right, Supervisor Facetto?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that we are complicating this by including the definition of term within within this particular section. So I would urge we just defeat the amendment and then come right on back and add the actual definition of term as that last sentence and scratch it from this. So I would agree with Supervisor Macho and Supervisor Bureau. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, we're going to vote now. Nobody's got... Supervisor Powers. Last call.
The things that we're working on as we're doing our job. When we get elected, it's what term are you in? A term is a personal thing that you've been elected to. It shouldn't be messed up with, well, what term is this? It's not, this body is not meeting as a term. I'm sitting with as an elected term. You may be in your first term, your fifth term, your 10th term, but a session is what we should be worried about in terms of our meetings. These meetings are not terms. We're holding terms after we got elected.
Supervisor Laux.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the law, this is the definition of session. In order to match up with statute, it needs to match what's in statute, and that's the word session. I don't think we should be defining a term of holding office. I mean, that's a separate issue. But a session in statute is defined as stated in the last sentence. And it's going to be complicated, it probably already is complicated, to match up the statutes with how we're using the term. Because apparently, in law, they're using the term differently. And so I think we need to define this session as the last line, as used by the law and statute. And then the rest we need to figure out later.
Supervisor Hintz. Okay, I see no one else. So we're back now, and we're going to vote now. 2/3 to pass. If you want to go ahead and be like to vote what's being said, you vote yes. If you don't want to, vote no. It takes 2/3 vote.
Supervisor Cox? It fails.
And that failed. Okay, and we're back on the regular resolution. Pardon?
9.
We're still on 9. Resolution 013605, 2025 on definitions. Any discussion on this? Any discussion?
Yes.
Supervisor Laux?
We're going to have to decide on the definition now. And I think we have to go with the one that's used in law and statute. And we'll have to, I don't know, worry about how we're mismatching using the word as we're using the word in context. We'll just have to be much more careful about how we're using the word. And I hate to do that. It's a bad definition. But I don't see how we can avoid not lining up with how the laws and statutes are written.
Supervisor Bureau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll ask legal counsel, again, are we governed by statute on this?
I would say that we're governed by statute at all times, Supervisor, but in terms, the statutes do not specifically say that we even have to have a definitions section within our rules.
Great, thank you. Based on that, I make a motion to amend. Again, you'll take the sentence in red as a definition of a term. We'll break that out as 9.91, 9.95, whatever we want to number it as a separate definition. I'll make that amendment, please.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Supervisor Swan.
Are we calling 9.9 term then? Is that what you're saying? Take the last sentence and call it term? George?
It would be a separate number underneath, a separate definition.
A definition of term.
Correct.
Thank you.
Anyone else you see? That's okay, I know. Vice Chairman Fari,
My question's been answered. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Lutz. Question has been called.
He's the last one, it doesn't matter.
I know, but he wanted to do it before one of his counterparts got in on it.
So what, can Supervisor Bureau say the amendment one more time, please?
Supervisor Bureau, can you restate your amendment for the girls, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The amendment, a motion to amend, it'll be a separate number. The 2-year period between organizational meetings occurring of April of each numbered year is the definition of a term. And the heading will be term for that particular number. Thank you.
Point of information, would that be then 9.18?
Sure. Yes. Yeah.
Make it 9.9B if you want. I don't care if you keep it 9.1X.
Yes, sir. Supervisor Swan.
When George Bureau read that definition, you did not include the word even numbered year. Even? Did you mean even numbered year?
Yes, correct, as in red. I apologize.
Supervisor Facetto? Whoops, I'm sorry, the question has
right.
been called. I apologize. The question has been called. Oh, I'm sorry, you called it before.
Point of information, Mr. Chairman, there was no second until the question. Second.
You are correct. So, yep, so there was no second, but there is now, so. Yes. Yes. We have to now. So all those in favor of calling the question signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Carried. Okay, so now you can vote on the amendment. If you're in favor of the amendment, vote yes. If you're not, vote no. I'm yes. Huh? I didn't say anything, I just pulled to the side. At this rate. Yeah, but I didn't think it was this bad. We're not even on the hard ones. Well, I thought would be hard. And that passed 31-1. Right.
Now you gotta remove or from 9.9.
Do we have to go back and vote on the amendment? Or not on the amendment, but on the resolution? Right. So now we'll go ahead and vote on Resolution 13605, 2025, Section 9, definitions, as amended. Yes, because it's been two-thirds. Any amendments, it's got to be two-thirds.
Point of clarification.
Yes.
Has the word "or" been removed now because it's hanging out there with no need to be in there in 9.9? Sorry?
The clerk is saying yes.
Okay.
It's two separate definitions. Correct? Is that
It
what
has
you're
been
saying?
removed?
Right. So. Great. Well, we've got to go ahead and pass that now. Hmm? As amended. So now we're voting on, the definitions as amended, correct? Right. All right, so at this time, we'll vote on the resolution 013605, 2025, Section 9. As amended, we're voting on the whole resolution now. And these here just have to have majority passing. So all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Carried. We're back up to Resolution 012705, 2025. Let's see, no, we're not up to that there. Where are we? 00, yes, I was right. Section 00, role of the county board. Chairman Wise. He's not on. Chairman Wise isn't on. Okay.
Okay, so you're asking me to start it all over again on this? Is that what
Yeah, I
laying
thought
on
we
the
were down to
table
the
is? I
next
have
one,
never
because
done
this
a lay
has
on the
been
table,
passed.
so. Okay, all right. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to bring forward 0127-05205, I'm sorry, start again, 0127-052025, Section 0.0, role of county board supervisor.
Motion made and seconded. Supervisor Lutz. Supervisor Ranky. Supervisor Rankies.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now that we're back on Section 0, I would just like to pick up the conversation a little bit where it was left off. Some of my previous supervisors had mentioned the fact that, and I've lost my train of thought on this, so I apologize, this is a little disjointed. We were previously talking about the role of committee chairs and vice chairs in excusing absences for certain periods of time. the point I wanted to raise is that, as Supervisor Bureau mentioned, if there is a political agenda being raised by a committee chair trying to remove a supervisor from their committee, they are the ones that are responsible for excusing absences. So if said chair wanted to not excuse those absences, that would be up to them and could then be used as ammunition to remove someone from a committee. So I absolutely do believe that a length of time is necessary to define this. Committee chairs already have an outsized amount of power on their committees, and the majority of the work done by this board is and should be, in my opinion, done at the committee level. I just want to make sure that we're not having supervisors removed from committees for undue cause. Thank you.
Supervisor Gustafson.
Pass.
Pass. Supervisor Lutz.
I don't know why I keep coming up. I'm not there.
I think they're always waiting for you. Supervisor Swan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to reiterate Supervisor Hansen's discussion that the word may is in there, not must, and Supervisor Fari's inclusion of unless excused while a member of the task force in line 111 and 115, to me means we don't need to make a change here. And so I'm recommending that we not add the language. I realize I give deference to Supervisor Renke's concern that it could be weaponized, but I'd like to believe that the standing committee chairs and members of this board would not do that. Thank you.
Supervisor Hintz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know what's going on with people not reading everything, but if you go right above this section to 106 and 107 on page 67, it does say, if removed, the supervisor may appeal to the county board of supervisors to retain their assignment on the committees, commissions, boards, task forces, and/or consortiums. It's been thought out. It's been discussed in committee. The checks and balances are in here. Thank you.
Ooh.
Okay.
That one ain't gonna work either.
All right. To reiterate. Oh, there we are. Okay. Thank you, Supervisor Hintz, for that clarification. It's also defined on line 100. A simple majority vote of the county supervisors to affirm the decision of said committee, commission, board, or task force. In other words, if a committee chair takes that position, it comes to the board. And that would be the opportunity to get into the, nuances of the action of that committee chair. So I would agree with Supervisor Hintz. It's really defined quite well. Thank you. I'm still on.
Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is just an aside to Supervisor Lutz. Maybe his cursor is sitting where the request to speak is, and if he was refreshing his screen because it keeps going out, then he's clicking on request to speak. That happened to me once. That's why I'm saying it can happen. That's it.
Supervisor Bureau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Call the question.
Motion made and seconded to call the question. All right, that's okay. We'll have to vote on that. He was the last speaker, so we don't even have to vote on it because there was nobody else to speak. So we can just keep right on going unless you guys want to vote on it. He was the last one. If that's okay, we'll keep going? Okay. All right.
You have to vote on it, right?
No, this can go by majority. There was no amendments, so. All right, this can go by majority vote. All those in favor of Resolution 0127052025 signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Carried. Resolution 0128052025, Section 1, time and meeting. Yes.
My amendment on 0.4, I am withdrawing.
Okay. Okay.
And to be fair, Mr. Chairman, the nexus of this rule was because, as we can all see, we are able to be viewed on YouTube or the whatever community channel. I was seen texting furiously on my phone. My father had just passed away, and I was texting back and forth with my brother. Someone in the public saw that, thought that I may have been communicating with someone inside the boardroom. So with respect to the person that called that out to me, I will step outside next time. I don't think 0.4, as I've amended, is no longer necessary.
Okay. Thank you. Chairman Wise.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to put resolution 0128-0520525, section 1.0, time and meeting place. I think what we're seeing here is probably what the task force chairman went through for, I don't know, 17 meetings or some crazy number like that every time. So this is interesting, watching it.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Supervisor Nussbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make it known that these ones that are going to add time to our meetings, I'm voting no. This one and the supervisor, or the chairman stepping down.
He just said on certain ones he's voting no. He just is enlightening you. So, Supervisor Dowling.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to thank everyone in advance for passing Rule 1.3, which will allow for people of childbearing age to use the bathroom when they have their period. Thank you.
Anyone else? Is that it? I see no other lights. So this can be passed by majority also. So all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Carried by 1 no. Supervisor Wise, number 8.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm bringing forth resolution number 0129-052025, section 2.0, orientation meeting.
Any speakers? Yes, I'm looking. There's no speakers though, so if I see no speakers and no one's raising their hand, I'm going to call for the vote. So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Carried. Chairman Wise, number 9.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm bringing forth resolution number 0130-052025, Section 3.0, organizational meeting.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. You might have to raise your hand because sometimes the machine don't always work, so. Not seeing any. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Carried. Number 10, Chairman Wise.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm bringing forth resolution number 0131-052025, Section 4.0, budget session and annual meeting. By the way, there is an amendment that was attached to our paperwork on this.
Right. Did I hear a second, I thought, from someone over? Yes, okay. Supervisor Pacetto. Okay. Supervisor Hintz.
I was just trying to get clarification on this. Because we have this amendment in writing, is that what we're voting on with this amendment, or
No,
does it have
no,
to be
no.
put forward to be amended?
Nope, that'll have to be brought forward as amendment.
Okay, then I will wait until someone makes that motion.
Supervisor Bureau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to amend Resolution 4.0, ending in 05205, and the amendment strikes line 30, strikes the line that says budget voting will take place at 6 p.m. on the third day of the budget meeting. So my motion again is to strike that sentence.
Motion made and seconded. I know, you're all right. Just wait and see if there's anybody up there. Supervisor Dowling.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to speak from the heart for just a moment about the proposed change to Rule 4.6. The original intent was to set a budget voting at 6 o'clock p.m. on the third day. It wasn't about control or rigidity. It was about respect. Many of us are juggling a lot: jobs, family, caregiving. For me personally, like many other parents on this board, planning ahead isn't always an option. It's survival. If I don't know when a vote is going to happen, I could miss it. Not because I don't care, but because I literally can't get here. By striking this line, we lose something very simple but very meaningful: predictability, clarity, a signal that we value each other's time. Voting on the budget is one of the most important things we can do. It should be done with every supervisor at the table, not just the ones who can afford to wait around just in case a vote might happen. This is not about me. It's about making the board more accessible to working people, to parents, to those with fixed schedules. I urge you to leave this very small but important piece of structure in Rule 4.6. It matters more than it might seem. Thank you.
Supervisor Swan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate Supervisor Dowling's comments here, but that is exactly what this is. It was to satisfy the personal needs of one or a very few members of this board. We're elected to be here in person by our constituents to be able to debate back and forth, to understand body language, to get the little nuances that you can't get by video representation. I also think that I want to point out that we finished our budget meeting in 2 days this last time around, and to have this left in would punish us for efficiency. It would require us to come back again. This was originally put in here as part of a two-part change that would have allowed video voting as well. That was removed by JPS. So now you have only this remaining, which would require us to come back on the third day even though we finished our meeting maybe on the 2nd. We need to vote on these meetings, vote on a budget when we're done. And that ends it. So I am in opposition. I support this amendment. Thank you.
Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't consider the time that I spend here and when I have to come back for a vote, I don't consider myself being punished. I'm here doing my job, and we do have young parents here who, if suddenly there's a vote, she may not be, he or she, we have a father here with a newborn baby. We have a newlywed who may be getting children soon. We need to be able to support young people and not just depend on all of us, those of us who are old timers and have no kids at home, and even if our grandchildren are grown. We need to be able to support young people and encourage them to be here and run for office, and this makes their lives just a little bit easier to have a set time for voting when it's after hours and they can have another parent at home or be able to arrange for childcare. I'm not being punished by coming here and doing my job.
Supervisor Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This was debated hotly at the task force. I will say that I did not vote in favor of this particular line as it went forward from the task force. I am going to support the budget or the amendment brought forward, because I will just say this. After I sold, I'll illustrate it this way. After I sold my company, I did some consulting. That meant that I was an ambassador at Walmart for a couple of different companies. That meant for Department 2, Health and Beauty Aids, I had to be there the second week of September. Every vendor met. I had to be there. We then went and fought for real estate space for that entire week. It could have been one day. It could have been the entire week. Sometimes that meant I missed my daughter's birthday. They didn't care. I signed up to do a job. That was the job. I am going to absolutely support this. If we have 25 or 30 people sitting in the room at the conclusion of the budget, it makes no sense to me to adjourn and then come back. We may, especially if we already have a quorum. Thank you.
Supervisor Lutz.
Yeah, I want to say I'm in total agreement with Supervisor Powers. There's a lot, I'm one of them. I can't always get off of work to be here for a budget session, so I definitely would appreciate having the set time to know when we're going to have the vote. So I'm not going to support this.
Supervisor Facetto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm reminded of our budget meeting last year, and it was late in the day on that Tuesday, and I made a motion thinking that, you know, let's get some sleep and have clear eyes and you know, hit the ground running on Wednesday morning. And that motion failed for lack of a second. The majority of our colleagues wanted to get that job done because there are many reasons, but you know, to all come back, because I thought about that, but coming back on that Wednesday for a very short window and then having the vote, you know what, didn't make sense. I never should have made the motion. Bad on me. But, you know, I can also recognize being sensitive to, you know, some of the challenges. We're kind of focused on the younger kids, but everybody has challenges. And Supervisor Hanson pretty much laid it out. It is our job, and yes, we should be here. We should do everything we can to be here, but on the other hand, we can't forget about the taxpayers out there. And an extra day on the job when we can get this done in 2 days means more money that we're spending out of the taxpayers' pockets that we really don't have to do. So, you know, the majority of folks spoke, and I heard it loudly last year, and yeah, definitely I'm going to be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Supervisor Hintz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to tread over a lot of the ground that's been tread over here. I'm also going to support this amendment, and I would say the biggest reason is if you're at work you're not paying it, you're not able to keep up on what's actually going on while you're here. So if you work for you work for Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and all of a sudden you can drop in on Wednesday to vote on something that you haven't been here and been a part of. You don't know the ins and outs and what's been discussed, what's been amended, because you're not going to have time to sit and watch it all before you come in on Wednesday if you're working every day. So, you know, you need the information to be able to vote on it. And if you're busy, if you're too busy to be here, some people maybe can do their job and watch. That's the case, maybe they can, you know, that's very few people who have a job like that. So I think that we need to support this amendment, because we need the people that are actually have their feet on the ground, have their nose to the grindstone, and are actually doing all the hard work throughout the week to get this done. Thank you.
Supervisor Gustafson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess I just want to touch briefly that I believe in the spirit of what this was trying to capture, the original line of the third day, but I think fundamentally putting the third day is not inclusive of changing the way we actually do the budget. And so essentially, I don't support the third day. I think there's an opportunity here that, yes, I'm going to support this amendment that's before us now, but fundamentally think about how we do the budget process and why is it taking us 3 days? Can we get it actually accomplished in 1 day so it is actually suffice for the young people or anyone who has a job? It doesn't matter if you're young or not. If you have a job, it's much easier to take your 1 day off of work to come in, start at 8 a.m., go through the day, remove the presentations from these department heads, which really should be done in committee. And at that point, the remainder should be us debating what we want to change within that budget. So today, again, I'm going to support this amendment, but I think we're kind of stuck in this mindset where we can just keep doing it the same way we've always been doing it, and that's going to be fine. I don't think that's acceptable anymore. I think we have the opportunity to change that. So again, voting yes on the amendment, but we should really expand how we think about how we do the budget.
Supervisor Laux.
I am going to, I'm against, I think that we should have a set time to vote, because we should have a representative county supervisors board, and people who, my age, I can get here whenever you need me. But we need to include people who are younger and who work and have jobs, and 3 days, I mean, I support a set time, and so, but most county boards do not take 3 days or 2 days to do the budget. Everything is worked out in committee. I think we need to have a set time, because we just can't have a representative board if we don't have a set time. It's got to be all retired people. Thank you.
Supervisor Bureau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Several issues I want to address. Who thought we'd be going this late tonight? I've texted twice because I need a ride, and I keep saying another 45 minutes. So if we're looking at predictability, this may not be your part-time job opportunity. Secondly, I would suggest to those of you who have full-time jobs, I took vacation for the budget. Why? Because it's important, and I made a commitment to this job. So again, I empathize with those with other needs. I mean, sometimes it's aged parents, sometimes it's a job you have 60, 70 hours of work, and sometimes it's young children. We all have life situations. But I think the bottom line is we owe it to our constituents to spend their money wisely from the taxes, and we also owe it to them to run government more efficiently as Supervisor Gustafson laid out. This forces us to get better. All it says is we can still do it in 3 days, but we can do better. So again, that's the spirit of removing that as an amendment. Thank you.
Supervisor Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I know this is problematic. You know, we're having a lot of conversation about this. And I wholly agree with Supervisor Lux and Supervisor Gustafson. I think we need to reevaluate how we do that. However, I'm going to actually look at this from a slightly different vantage point. We've been having a conversation about ourselves here, like what works best for us. But I think there's value in having an established time that our constituents can come and see how we're voting. And I've been through 3 budgets, right? 3, yeah, I think 3 budgets. And each time we finish, and it's like, okay, we get an hour, we're gonna vote. And that's always not really sat with me, because if I'm just a constituent out there wanting to know what's going on, they definitely don't have the time to sit there and watch, is there a vote, is there a vote? And we never really communicate to our constituents that we are voting. And this is a huge budget. I mean, we're not talking about small dollars here. And I think there is intrinsic value in communicating with our constituents on a specific time and date to vote, whatever that date and time is. I think there is great intrinsic value for the people we serve and we represent in our individual areas and districts. And so that's why I support the original. I don't support this, this amendment. I support the original with the understanding that it is problematic. It is not perfect. But at least this way we can clearly and in transparency communicate with the people that we serve. And I think we need to focus on them a little bit more than we do ourselves. I include myself in that, by the way. It's easy to get into that mindset. So with that, I do not support the specific amendment, but I do support the conversation about us rethinking this at some point. Thank you.
Supervisor Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly support the amendment. The last couple budget sessions I've been through, by the time we're done, we're pretty well beat, and every budget that I've been involved in was virtually a unanimous decision because we had hashed it all out. The outcome of the vote was never really in question because we spent 2 days on it. The other thing, one thing we're kind of missing, aside from being extremely inconvenient for the 33 or 34 supervisors that are here both days, there's also mileage involved. It's going to cost the county an extra several $100 just to pay for everybody to drive back here at 6 o'clock to walk in, take a vote, and walk out. So for those reasons, I'm supporting the amendment, and I call the question.
Motion made and seconded to call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Nay. 1 nay.
There you go.
So the question has been called. So we are just voting on the amendment now. It takes 2/3 vote to pass. 2/3 vote.
And the amendment is take out that line?
Do I have to?
Just hold on, they'll tell you. They want to know what line it was. Just hold on, she will.
The amendment is to strike line, and I don't have the number, I'm sorry, that says budget voting takes place the 3rd day at 6 o'clock PM.
So I'll try and we'll go on machine. If that isn't, we'll go back, or no, I won't go on machine.
It's on machine already.
Well, it's on machine, so we'll go on machine. So those that are in favor of it, of the amendment now, you'll vote yes. If you're not in favor of the amendment, you'll vote no. And yes.
This is a 2/3.
This is 2/3. Yep.
2/3 would be 25, right?
Oh, I thought the machine did that.
It doesn't.
Oh.
Sorry, I got my speaker on.
It's 26. Is it? Just passed. Passed 26-7. Just a second. Right, right, but that's, which, is that 10 that is one? Okay, so now resolution 0131052025, section 4, we're voting on as amended. If you're in favor of it? Oh, I'm sorry. Wait a minute now. Yeah. Jeff, Supervisor Lutz, he buzzed in, so. Supervisor Dowling is first.
Oh,
Okay, you're out. I guess that's what we got mixed up, because some of the old ones still left in.
Yep.
Supervisor Lutz.
If somebody could help, is there any place in this document that tells us when the budget takes place? I mean, all I see is the first public, line 31, held at 6 PM or soon as possible thereafter, and the date selected. Is that?
Point of information, there is a section that deals with just the dates. But
Out
it
of this
just,
section.
it's not included in the packet. We didn't vote on it during the ad hoc committee.
There's a section also in the books where all the dates are,
Right,
when the
yeah.
meetings that's going to be. It's on there also.
So, okay, so this would not be the place then to make an amendment, I guess, to change when that date would come. In other words, to say our budget sessions would take place on a weekend instead of a weekday, which would make it more convenient for our constituents also if they wanted to just come in and, I mean, I sat on the Appleton City Council for 6 years. Our budgets always were on a Saturday and a Sunday, and I'll tell you what, we had a lot of constituents that would come in, maybe not for the whole budget, but they'd come in and listen. And it seems to me that if we want to be accommodating to our constituents, it would benefit them to have this on a Saturday or starting on a Saturday, probably done on Sunday, and we could take our vote then.
You can make that amendment.
In this section though, can I?
I would say this is,
Yeah,
Budget is
right, well,
scheduled for those dates.
and where do I make that change? I don't make it here, I make it,
Jeff, you can't.
right, that's what I thought. Okay.
You can't.
Right, yeah. Got it.
okay, it's not part of it because it isn't on the agenda, because it wasn't part that they made. I believe Supervisor
Gotcha.
Dowling led to that in the begin with. They didn't talk about it in Haddock,
So
and
so
neither did the other.
this would be something that I would take care of during our annual
Right,
organizational meeting, probably.
correct.
Gotcha,
When the
okay, thank
dates
you.
are set. Thank you. Was there anybody else? Vice Chairman Fari.
I'm good. Sorry, thank you.
Supervisor Hanson.
Call the question.
Motion made and seconded to call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Carried. All right. So now, right, we gotta pass it now, right? Okay. So now we've got to go ahead and resolution number 131052025, session 4, as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Carried. Resolution number 013205, 2025. Chairman Wise.
Resolution 0132-052025, Section 5.0, Powers of Chair and Vice Chair. I would like to bring this forward for discussion and vote.
Second, yes.
Motion made and seconded. No. We have no speakers, so
Can I get a point of clarification with, I'll ask you, Jim.
Supervisor Hintz?
Yeah, I'd like to ask one or both committees why we have it in for the chair to step down from their seat and use the podium. Just an explanation of why that is in here.
Supervisor Wise or Supervisor Hanson, or?
It's actually in Robert's rules, and the point of this for in Robert's rules is that when the chair addresses us as the chair is differently making a ruling. If the chair wishes to weigh in as a board member on something, then it would be required to step down.
Supervisor Swan?
Stepping down mean you step down to vice chairman's seat, or you step down to the podium over here?
Podium, I believe it says, but you'll have to ask one of them.
Can someone clarify that?
Says podium.
I believe the rule says podium that you got in
So
front of you.
that means that
Right.
over there.
So. Anyone else to see? Not seeing any other speakers. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Well, I believe it passed, but we'll do by machine. Supervisor Zelmer. Is he in? Yep. And that passed 29-4. Number 12, resolution number 0133-052025. Chairman Wise.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Resolution 0133-052025, Section 6.0, Order of Business. I make a motion that we consider this for approval.
And seconded by Gustafson. Supervisor Gustafson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually just have one, I guess, question. It does not have the committee vote on the back. I was just wondering what that committee vote was.
Yeah.
Even if the chair of the committee. Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
That's it. Not seeing any other hands. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Carried. Resolution number 0134-05-2025, Section 7. Chairman Wise.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Resolution 0134-052025, Section 7.0, Handling of Resolutions and Ordinances. Bringing this forward for discussion and approval.
And seconded.
By the way, there is an amendment in the packet.
Supervisor Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the amendment, I am proposing adding Rule 7.8. If I need to read it, let me know. The nexus for this was sometimes there was a confusion when the parliamentarian makes a ruling and it is either agreed on or when agreed on by the chair. Robert's rules then says discussion stops. The board member can't just simply go back and forth and continue to disagree. That's what this does.
Is there a second? Motion made and seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Supervisor Albrecht.
It's not the amendment, it's actually there's a grammatical mistake in the body of this item here. A grammatical mistake, if I may.
You may.
Okay, line 27, a supervisor introducing a resolution. On their own, we have a singular subject, all right, and a plural verb, their own, I mean modifier. So it should be his or her own instead of their, correct?
That is a stylistic choice. Grammar these days does allow for the singular use of that.
Really?
It is considered it is the gender neutral singular, so that we do not have to use his or her. But again, it's a choice. The board could choose to use his or her, or the board could choose to use their.
Either way is fine with me then.
No.
Thank you.
Anything else on the amendment?
My mic is hot, but since it's hot, I would ask if I could speak.
I think your mic's always hot, I think.
Yeah. So I'm going to take advantage of a hot mic and just say this amendment was in response to a recent issue we had, I think. I'm not going to speak for Supervisor Hanson, but a recent issue we had with this where the parliamentarian did have to make a ruling and the chair had to rule as well in support of it. Am I correct on that? Thank you.
Not seeing any others? See any others? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those against say nay. That passed. That was the amendment, right.
Point of information, the amendment never got a second.
Yes, it did, right here.
Apologies.
13, right? Right. So now we're voting on Resolution 13405, 2025, Section 7, as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried. 14, Resolution 013505, 2025, Section 8. Chairman Wise.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Resolution 0135-052025, Section 8.0, the written agenda. I'm bringing this forward for discussion and a vote.
Second. Motion made and seconded. Speakers? No speakers? Not seeing any speakers. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Carried. Number 16, Resolution Number 013705, 2025, Section 10. Supervisor Wise.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Resolution number 0135-052025, Section 8.0, I have the wrong one, I'm sorry, excuse me. 10.0, yeah, okay, 137, I'm sorry. Resolution 0137-52 052025, Section 10.0, privilege of speaking. Bring this forward for discussion and vote.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion?
Second.
Ron Nussbaum seconded.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hintz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking at this, and I'm guessing they're trying to, again, follow Robert's rules on this. And I would actually like to see an amendment at the end of 10.2 that also follows Robert's rules, where a person will not be allowed their second time of speaking until everybody has been allowed their chance at a first time speaking, which is following Robert's rules.
Is that amendment or?
Make a motion to amend.
Motion made and second to amend.
Do you have that okay?
Mary Beth.
Or do I need to? A member will not be allowed to have their second time speaking until all other members have been allowed the opportunity to have their first time speaking.
Your second 2 minutes. Any speakers?
I should have had this one in advance. I apologize.
Supervisor Hanson. Nothing?
Not on the amendment, no.
Nope. Okay, we're just going on the amendment right now. So it's 2/3. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Nay. We'll do it by machine. And that passed 25-7. Rule 7, or number 17, resolution number 013805-2025, section 11. Oops, I'm sorry, that was the amendment. I got to go back here. Go back on this page here. Sorry about that. Okay, so resolution 13705-2025 with the amendment. This is on the privilege of speaking, now with the amendment that passed.
Is it possible, Chairman, for you to adhere to that while trying to manage who's up next for speaking and whether or not they've...
I will have to. I try to the best I can most of the time, but sometimes you don't always, so
Thank you.
we'll do our best. If that's the rule, we'll do our best. So, Supervisor Swan.
Does the electronics you have allow you to monitor that so that you can efficiently keep track of who's spoken?
No.
Twice?
No.
Or spoken first and has to wait?
No. Does it? It don't let you know. It don't let you know.
Well, the resolution is as amended, that's why we're asking for clarification.
No. So, Supervisor Harrison.
I wanted to make a note that when I went to vote on this, it said, sorry, oops, you can't vote. So I didn't get to vote on that one. So do I have to leave, or? I'm over my time. Was it, okay, thanks. Oh, as many as you can. I didn't show up on it. I said, oops, you can't vote. Was it there?
Right. So resolution number 13705, 2025, with the amendment. Privilege of speaking. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. I think the ayes have it, but we'll do it by machine. That passed 27-4. Resolution 013805, 2025. Chairman Wise.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Resolution 0138, 052025, section 11.0, voting and roll call.
Second.
And it was seconded. Supervisor Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A point of clarification for Supervisor Wise. I guess is the intention of this to do everything by machine here and not voice vote. I guess I'm just looking and we have, I don't know, 20-some resolutions tonight that all of those would be recorded by roll call vote on the machine, and then we'd eliminate the discretion of the chair to call for a voice vote. And if that is the intention, I would not be in favor of that due to Supervisor Nussbaum saying we're going to add time onto these meetings, and then we elected a chair to be the discretion of this body. So just a point of clarification.
Did you want to?
Thank you. It is true that it is by a roll call voting system, and that was added by the task force, or not the task force, by Judiciary Committee. So.
Supervisor Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the motivations for the voting on the final disposition is in two-part. Number one, so that it is recorded for all to see, fellow board members and our constituents. But number two, sadly, it came forward and was discussed that it sometimes appears that some supervisors don't vote. And that was a concern that several supervisors brought forward. They didn't think that maybe even on some tougher issues or something, supervisors weren't voting.
Supervisor Hintz.
Just wanted to get a point of clarification on this, because the way I'm reading it, it says the final disposition of ordinances and resolutions. So that would mean that amendments, calling the question, et cetera, we would still be able to do by voice, correct? Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Panzer.
Another reason that that was put in is because sometimes the next month you find out something that you didn't know when you voted, and you want to rescind your vote. There's no record to prove that you voted or not, or in favor of it or not. That was the other reason that was put in.
Not seeing anyone else. Resolution 0520. Oh, Supervisor Gustafson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think to the last point, you shouldn't be rescinding your vote in the next meeting. That's the point of you being at that meeting and voting. And to actually Supervisor Buck's comment, I actually agree with that as well, where we're essentially just saying, Chair, we're taking your ability away to speed up meetings. So I don't think I'll be supporting this one tonight. Thank you.
Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think it was so much as rescinding, but if you voted on something, if you were part of the negative vote, if I got this backwards, if you had voted no on something and later, the next month you wanted to bring it up again, someone who voted aye could not do that. Someone who voted nay could bring it back up again the following meeting. I think that's what he's talking about, right?
You flipped that. So if you voted in favor of something, then at the next meeting you could move to reconsider. If you voted in opposition to something, you do not have that privilege.
I think that's backwards.
No, that's right. Supervisor Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just, the committee, I can't thank you enough. How many, I don't know, did you guys total up 200, 300, 400, 500 hours that you guys spent on all this, on all these rules? Just phenomenal work and time and dedication put into this. Just, I'm not going to be supporting this. I think this is a good theory, but in reality, just looking at a couple of these amendments and resolutions we've had tonight that are always unanimous, are no-brainers, and again, in the spirit of saving folks time and effort, that we know everybody's going to vote yes on a lot of this stuff. I won't be supporting this. Thank you.
Supervisor Harrison.
Mr. Chairman, again, at the committee, when this came up, was a lot of stuff that people didn't know. It was like, number one, when somebody yells, the group that says yes, you hear that voice over everybody else's. And the little guy over in the corner went, yeah, or no. You didn't hear them. So that was coming up. And then other people had brought up, there were some people that didn't really vote or didn't hear because they got lost in the shuffle. So this came up because of that, is that we don't want anyone to get missed out, but then you can find representation. But it was, I didn't realize that when they talked about it, there was people that are shy or didn't get to say, or if you hear when we say yay, you'll hear it real loud, but you hear the nays, but they're not real loud. So that could be a difference too. So I think that's where a lot of it came up, is that we wanted fairness, that as many people could get voted and you could see how they vote. That's all came up. So, thanks.
Supervisor Bureau.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to address this in two ways. One is we elect a chair and a vice chair to run the meetings, and again, compliments to our chair and vice chair. I've seen multiple times where it's not clear if the voice vote carried one way or the other. We will then call electronic vote. We need to allow the discretion that for the chair to have that. Secondly, we all are assuming here tonight the electronics work. Okay? We all assume that the electronic voting works. Okay? Newark Airport works too. So again, we've seen many times we have glitches. We need that flexibility, which comes right back to the chair. Thank you.
Supervisor Wise.
I worry about our constituents. We don't have any other record then. To say, okay, yes, I did vote for this, or no, I didn't vote for this. We don't have it, and they don't have it. We're all about trying to be upfront with our constituents. This is just taking it away from them.
Supervisor Laux.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'd just like to point out that tonight, when the chairman has done a voice vote, we do the voice vote, and if it's not unanimous, he calls for an electronic vote. And I think I can trust him to call for an electronic vote.
Supervisor Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a comment. It says roll call. We're assuming that this is electronic, but roll call indicates it could be any means of calling an individual vote. So if tech goes down, then it would be like a person-by-person roll call. I think that's really important to understand in terms of the context around this. And I agree with Supervisor Wise. Thank you. This guy over here. In that I think that sometimes we focus too much on getting things done very quickly versus thinking about the people who we represent. I go back to that. And I think that transparency is a good thing. And I understand it adds time. It does add time. And I mean, I think all of us would like to be home right now, but we're here for a purpose. And I think sometimes it gets lost. Again, I think this is also problematic. I don't think there's a 100% right way either way, but I think that it's a good practice to get a roll call on the final vote of whatever we're talking about. Thank you.
Supervisor Gustafson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for a point of clarification, there's nowhere else I'd rather be than right here, right now with all of you.
Get out of here.
But to build off the point of Supervisor Stafford, yes, transparency is key, and to Supervisor Wise's point, yes, it's good to let our constituents know how we're voting, and to the point of Supervisor Lux, who had brought up that, you know, we can trust the chair, but for the reason that if we can't trust the chair, any single one of us in here can call a roll call vote. Even if we want our record to be there, even if it's going to be a voice vote, at any point you can call a roll call vote. So I don't think this is necessary to put into our rules. I think the way we've been actually doing it with this is going to be suffice, and obviously if we want to continue that debate, great, but I don't think this is necessary at this time.
Call a question.
I don't think anyone else is in there.
Okay, have no other ones? Supervisor Holtz, I'm sorry, you got in just in time.
Called a question, I'm ready.
That's good, you're last, so we won't have to even vote on that. So. I'm going to do, all those in favor of Resolution 013805 2025 signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Go ahead and do it. Julie just asked me if I was going to do by machine, and I said no. I'm voting. I don't know. No. That failed, 16 to 17. Okay. Number 18, Resolution 013905 2025, Section 12, Motions. Chairman Wise.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to bring forward 0139-052025, Section 12.0 on motions.
Second.
Motion is made and seconded. No speakers? Not seeing any speakers. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Carried. Number 19, Resolution 014005, 2025. Chairman Wise.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, there's three of them here that are just almost identical, but I'll do them one at a time. The first one is 0140-052025, Section 13.0, Suspension of Rules. There were really no changes on this by either the task force or by JPS, but we've kept it in there in case it referred back to it. So it's out there for our discussion and approval.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion, Supervisor Hanson.
Chairman, as there are no changes or nor per the chair's request at the special orders meeting to put anything in writing, I am going to make a motion because this will be just a housekeeping issue to indefinitely postpone resolution number 140, 141, and 142 because there's no changes. So this just pushes them aside and we move on now to 143.
And there's a second. So 140, 141, and 142. We've got a second from Vice Chairman Fari already. All those in favor of doing that signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Number 21, Resolution 014205, 2025, Section 15, Publication of Reports. Supervisor Wise. 22? Whoops, I'm skipped one again. I'm on which one? She's saying 140, 142. Julie's saying 142. Well, that's 143. Here. 143 is 618. So if I am correct, it's 14205, 2025, I'm sorry, 14305, 2025, Section 18. Chairman
Thank you,
Wise.
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm bringing forth resolution number 0143-052025, Section 8.0, General Duties of the County Board, and there is an amendment attached to it.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Supervisor Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The nexus of this creation of Rule 18.65 actually came with a conversation with Supervisor Hancock Cook, who seemed a little disconcerted about maybe some undue influence or whatever as far as chairs and vice chairs go. These are not her words, to be perfectly clear. She just said this is something I'm trying to understand. And so I wrote this rule. It just means that, and I will use me as an example, this would be for standing committees, and maybe that needs to be on there. I could not be the vice chair of JPS and the vice chair of Parks, or the chair of Parks and the vice chair of another committee.
Okay. Motion made and seconded. Discussion. Who you got? Vice Chairman Farr, I think Lucas also seconded it, so. You need discussion on that. Do we all understand what it was? In other words, they're saying you can't be, which is a rule now, you can't be chairman of a committee and also chairman of another one.
Mr. Chairman, there does seem to be a question. I would like to add the words that anything that's existing right now is grandfathered. I don't think we should shake up any any current structures right now.
Right. So anything as of right now this term will stay as is.
Right, and maybe I should put on there, after 45 days, current committee structures are grandfathered. Am I allowed to make that amendment since it's already been seconded?
I'll second the additional part of it.
Supervisor Hanson, can you repeat it one more time, please?
Yes, 18.65 will read, "No county board member shall be chair or vice chair of more than one committee, exception being Rule 18.6, as replacement chair under 18.6 shall last no longer than 45 days. And then after the 45 days, existing committee structures shall be grandfathered."
Supervisor Wise.
This is going to be a problem for the committees during the organizational meeting. And I don't know how they're going to react to that because they don't know until they make their choice of who's going to be the chair and vice chair. Yeah, I think it's, I can't vote for this, I'm sorry. It's just, I can see what's going to happen with this, especially when the chair has to leave and now the vice chair becomes a chair there. No, I don't like this at all. I think it's tying the hands of the committee too much.
Supervisor Hintz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I'm reading, I guess corporate counsel might need to weigh in on this. The way I'm reading this says, UNET shall, no county board member shall be chair or vice chair of more than one committee. That means that you could be, if the way I'm reading this, you could be chair of one committee and vice chair on another committee. Because you're not chair or vice chair of more than one committee. I'm trying to get clarification because this is very vague. And what the intent is, and yeah.
I think one could read it either way. The standard reading would be that a member could not be either chair or vice chair of more than one committee.
So does that word need to be added in here to clarify it or not?
That would help because you can infer a lot of things from the word.
And again, this is going to cause an issue because when you're doing the organizational meeting and you have one committee who puts you up for chairman and then another committee who wanted you to be chairman and then they're like, well, we want you, we'll have you as vice chairman, which is what happened with me. I'm just being upfront. I don't see the issue with being a chair of one and a vice chair of the other, and it's in here that you can't be a replacement chair for longer than 45 days, so that would cover that. And we have limited amount of members who have the experience on, as far as running meetings and whatnot, and understanding how to run meetings. I just don't understand what we're trying to get to with this, I guess.
Who else next? I didn't write them down either. Supervisor Holt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't even know if mathematically this is possible. I haven't done the math, obviously, and I'm not mathematically inclined. I said I was an English lit major, and I meant it. However, I do have a finance degree. So I don't know that this is mathematically possible, and I see the potential for undue influence if someone were to be the chair of many committees. If this is only about our term, I think we're using the words right, I don't see why this is part of it.
Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would agree with Supervisor Wise when he said that when you're in the middle of an organizational period, you don't know what's going to happen with other committees. I completely support being the chair of only one committee, but that shouldn't preclude you from being vice chair of something else. I'm not even sure that I have a problem with someone being vice chair of more than one. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, I know someone who is vice chair of one committee and chairman of another. I don't think that's a problem. But being chair of multiple, I see that as a problem. I'm not sure I see a problem with being vice chair of multiple. But one and the other seems fine to me. As Supervisor Holt said, I'm not sure mathematically we can get that many people who have some understanding of a committee to empty those spots just in case. Let's go with chair for one, and still have the opportunity to be a vice chair of something else.
Supervisor Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Feedback noted. I don't think this is worth the skirmish. 18.65 is the author. I withdraw.
That is withdrawn. Section 18, right? So, seeing no other speakers, we'll go ahead. Resolution 014305 2025, Section 18. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. I didn't see your hand. I would have called on you. That's all right. Vote's been called.
Okay.
Do you have something real important? Otherwise, the vote's
Yeah,
gone through.
it actually is something a little hard to understand. It's a question for Corp Counsel.
Corp Counsel?
Thank you. I'll do it publicly if you would. Do you have the resolution in front of you, number 40? Line 40, and I'll read this. It starts with board member may attend any open or closed meeting of any county board, committee, commission, or board. That's pretty much our current rule, right? As a county board member, we can attend any meeting, including closed sessions. But what does that mean when it says unless they are a member of the specific committee? What is that trying to say to me? I read that 3 times and I don't know what it's saying.
It means that if I'm not a member of the Parks Committee, I can't vote at the Parks Committee meeting.
Oh, so it only addresses voting privileges?
Right.
Okay, all right, if that's the understanding, certainly, thank you.
Okay, resolution 01, yes. Supervisor Swan.
Sir,
The
motion to
vote's been
reconsider.
called. You know, the vote's been called, but I'll let you speak.
Motion to reconsider, and Rule 10, I'd like to change my vote from a no vote to a yes vote. May I do that?
Just hold on, the clerks will have to go back.
Rule 10. Does not change the outcome.
I will see it.
Resolution 014405 2025, Section 21, excess. Chairman Wise.
18?
Yep, that was voted on. They just had questions, but the vote was already done.
vote on
Yes.
18?
Point of order, you did not ask for the nays.
Any nays?
Thank
There
you.
you go.
Oh, boy.
I heard everyone speak, so.
Okay.
That's okay. Everything's fine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're winding down. 0144-052025. Section 21.0 access. Bring that to the board for discussion and approval.
Second. I would. Now's the time to do it if you're going to do it. Corporation Counsel has something to be brought forward that
It has been brought to my attention that looking at Section 6, which was Resolution 0133-05-2025, which was passed without controversy, looking at line 64, it reads, 6.7, all voting on final disposition of resolutions and ordinances shall be recorded by roll call vote. I wanted to bring that to your attention because when we were discussing section 11, you did not pass that particular change. So bringing that to your attention in case anybody wished to make a motion to reconsider on resolution 0133-05-2025.
Supervisor Gustafson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make a motion to reconsider Resolution 0133-052025, Section 6.
Motion's made and seconded. I don't have that here in front of me. Do you want to read that again, Corporation Counsel? I do not have that here in front of me. Well, she's got it. Corporation Counsel can. Yep.
So the resolution as it passed originally included in line 64, all voting on final disposition of resolutions and ordinances shall be recorded by roll call vote. That was the only change to the original text of section 6.
Okay, but then they want to,
Why wouldn't you want to change that and get it out
they
of
need
there?
to change 11?
Yeah. Chairman, or not chairman, you got all what he's talking about?
So I'm just gonna.
Supervisor Gustafson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think just to clarify now with this motion to reconsider that if you are to vote no, you are just voting against the roll call requirement, just like as if you voted no from Section 11. So to stay consistent, if you voted probably no on 11, you're going to probably want to vote no on this now, and it just removes that additional language that was in there. Thank you. Because if you vote down.
Everyone understand now for your vote?
What's that?
Corporation Counsel, they need to have it written down over here and.
We're just voting. There's no change. There's no amendment. Yeah.
I know, but she's got to put it in there in the minutes.
As a reconsidered, yeah.
The motion is to reconsider, so they need.
Of section 6, right? I don't have the resolution numbers here.
Section 6. The motion to reconsider section 6. So
To remove the last line?
A vote yes brings it back to be redebated.
Okay.
So all those in favor of reconsidering signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. So we'll have to.
Consider.
Back and vote it down.
It's easier said than done. You got to set this all up, all of you that aren't used to being up here.
And line 64. And because it's already been approved, we need a two-thirds.
Correct. No, to reconsider.
So the current vote is whether to reconsider. And I believe that, I did just check it, in order to reconsider, we need a majority vote. And then it will come up, if it is reconsidered, then you'll have the opportunity to vote on to whether you support or do not support Section 6 as written.
And
That would also be a majority because it was what came through JPS and the task force.
6.7.
Supervisor Ranky, do you have a question? Okay.
So again, if you voted no once, vote no again.
So, do you want to do?
Because I got the hot mic. I got the hot mic, so I'm going to keep talking until they turn it off on me.
So if you're in favor of voting for the reconsideration, vote yes.
Yes.
If you're not, vote no.
I don't even know what I want. You know what I want? Yes, I suppose. I'm completely lost. Yep. Okay. So this is a majority, right? Majority. Okay.
And that passed 22 to 10. So we'll be reconsidering. Do you want to explain one more time what they're reconsidering? Corporation Counsel is going to explain what you're going to be reconsidering.
Now that we have voted to reconsider Section 6, it comes back as though you had never voted on it before. It is now, as passed by the task force and JPS, including line 64, all voting on final disposition of resolutions and ordinances shall be recorded by roll call vote. If you do not like that language, you could choose to either amend it or vote down the resolution because that is the only change to the original language of the rule.
Supervisor Bureau.
Simple, vote it down.
So,
Not seeing any other speakers? We will go ahead and vote at this time. If you're in favor, vote yes. If you're not in favor, vote no. We did have a motion and a second.
Nope.
Yes, yes. Yep. What, the motion made and seconded? Well, the motion was made by Supervisor Gustafson and was seconded by Supervisor Bureau.
She's giving us the finger.
Right, right, right. A lot of us are, so.
hold on, I'm sorry. Here we go.
Kill it. Kill it. No. Kill it. Good catch, Nate. Very good catch.
I didn't catch it. I'll give credit.
I'll give you credit. Credit's cool.
Supervisor Stafford.
That failed 12 to 20. That's all we gotta do now, right?
No, I lost where we were. Are we on,
No, we're on the bottom here.
are we on 23? Number
Okay,
23?
We're done with that now.
I think so.
Okay. Corporation Council, that's all we had to do with that, correct?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Number 24, Resolution 014505-2025, Section 22, Committee Meetings.
Wait, you're on the one above that, section 21.
144 is access.
144, I had it crossed out because I thought it was on it already. I apologize, I had that crossed out. Resolution number 014405-2025, Section 21, excess. Supervisor Wise.
Once before, but I'll do it again. Resolution 0144-052025, Section 21.0 access. I bring that forward to the board for discussion and approval.
And it's been seconded by Vice Chairman Fari. Supervisor Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This may be my headache, but a question for Corporation Counsel. I know Reese and/or Tori may have both been in the room. I need a clarification on 21. It says access to offices of elected officials. I think it's supposed to be access to office for elected officials because we as supervisors don't have offices. Am I incorrect? Is this just my headache? Or if anyone on the task force might remember.
Sweet. How's it going? My understanding, I rewatched the meeting a couple days ago, and my understanding during the discussion from the task force was that the first part is for departments that are not elected, so you have Department of Health. You could go and visit Mr. Topol, or you could go to, the treasurer's office. That's a bad example. But the red part was for elected officials that serve in that administrative building, so it might be the county clerk's office, Julie's elected, or the county executive. So it was just an understanding of, with those elected officials, they often have very jam-packed schedules, and so and generally have smaller departments compared to Health and Human Services. So the goal there was to coordinate with those specific positions to visit and differentiating them between appointed positions.
Thank you for the clarification, Reese. It was my headache. Thank you.
Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It mentions county board members as if there's a person who's not elected to anything, does he or she not have the right to go to a department head's office? I mean, is it only we have that right to do that? Isn't that should be for everybody?
I'm not sure, and correct me if I'm wrong, task force, but I think what some of it come up was, some of them wanted to go into the offices, even of, I'm gonna say the clerk's office. They thought they should just be allowed access into there, just walk right in.
Well, to the window.
Well, into it. That's what I remember. That was a
Oh.
meeting I was at, but I'm not sure. Am I
Oh,
correct?
okay.
Supervisor Hanson?
That is correct. The premise was sometimes supervisors felt that they had access denied, but we needed, thank you for helping me remember, Reese. This also says that supervisors can't just say, I'm a supervisor, I get to come in the office. You have to have permission, basically.
Supervisor Gustafson?
Don't make me talk. No, I pass.
Supervisor Hanson again, or you, no, Supervisor Matro?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick
clarification, maybe a friendly amendment to have this access to office of Winnebago County elected officials. Just to make it clear where we're asking to have access to. I would like to have access to Nate's office, and I'm sure he'd let me in too, but we're not asking for that, we're asking for Winnebago County office. So I'd like to add Winnebago County elected officials if we could. It's on the sentence before, but it's not included in that sentence.
One sentence is about departments, and the other one's about elected officials.
Supervisor Powers. Again?
Just didn't take my name off.
Okay.
Sorry.
Supervisor Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My concern here is that this limits the approval to strictly the elected official. And if, in case that person were to be unavailable to grant access to that office, I just think the language should allow for a representative of their office to be available to do that as well, in case that elected official is unavailable. I would offer that as a friendly amendment if it is wanted.
Is there a second to that amendment? Second. That's seconded. Discussion on the amendment.
Could you read the amendment back?
My intent was strictly to offer a friendly, but if I were to offer an amendment myself, it would be access to offices of elected officials shall be coordinated with the respective office holders or a representative of the office to respect their statutory authority and operational autonomy.
Supervisor Wise. On the amendment? Supervisor Hanson on the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on the amendment, while I understand the intent of the amendment, we are writing rules for the county board supervisors. This is not rules for county residents. I don't think we have the ability to write a rule for the residents. This is governing the board.
Supervisor Dowling.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say that the offices for other elected officials here should be kept private and should just be coordinated with that specific elected official.
Not seeing any other. We do have an amendment on the floor. Can we hear the amendment back?
Mr. Chair, I'll rescind it.
It's rescinded, so you don't need to. Okay.
So then we're just voting.
Right. So without seeing any other names, we're just going to go ahead and vote on Resolution 014405-2025. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Carried. 24, Resolution 014505-2025, Section 22, Committee Meetings. Supervisor Wise.
Chairman, I'd like to bring forth to the board for discussion and approval, Resolution number 0145-052025, Section 22.0 Committee Meetings. Should be the final one, too.
Motion made and seconded. Supervisor Barrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A point of clarification perhaps from a committee member. Does this preclude a resolution or an ordinance being brought directly from a supervisor to the board? If so, I would suggest that we do have the ability to refer a resolution or an ordinance back to committee. So I'd just like to understand what the intent is here. Thank you. The language in 46 through 48 implies resolutions and ordinances are brought through committees, perhaps committees only. I'm just asking, do we still have the ability to bring an ordinance or resolution directly to the board?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I want clarification. Thank you.
Supervisor Hintz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. while I think I understand the intent behind 22.35, I do not agree with it. As someone who has served on numerous levels of planning and zoning, there are projects that time is of the essence, and they show up at the last second. They show up, a week in advance or sometimes less. We have, we're looking at our agenda for next week for facilities, where we're going to have, hopefully, something from the child care center that's going to be coming before us that I know we're probably going to have 4 days in advance. I've let my members know that it's on there. It's going to be on the agenda, but it won't be added to, the information won't be added until a few days before the meeting because we're waiting on the agreement to be finalized. The 10-day thing, I think, is too restrictive. I think, I don't think we need to have 10 days before it, and that's just two examples right there off the top of my head that I can come up with. And I know there are more. There are bids sometimes that, we just had the whole new bidding process. If the bids come in, do we hold off an extra month and, take a risk of, the inflation going up again, or the supply chain being delayed again? I just think there are too many things, so I would make a motion to amend this by, I don't know, do I want to strike this one, or do I want to take it to 7 days, or I'm gonna move to strike it.
Second. The whole thing, the whole thing?
22.35, yes.
Motion's made and seconded to go ahead and strike it. Discussion. Supervisor Hanson on striking.
I'm wondering, rather than striking, if there could be an exception written for planning and zoning.
Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a feeling that this wording about the 10 days beforehand had to do with the previous administration who wanted stuff in his office way earlier than our meetings. And the current executive hasn't made that clear that he wants stuff way in advance. So I think that this hampers, especially since we're dealing with that child care center, but it could come up with almost anything. Parks could have something that comes up. I think this is way too restrictive. I would say strike the whole thing as well. I'm in favor of striking it.
Vice Chairman Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's been in there. It actually goes back to the resolution I brought forward quite a while ago, which would be 064. The reason for that is because you need to get your agenda set with the director of the department 10 days prior to the date of the meeting. So let's follow the timeline. You have an agenda set with the director of the department. Then it's got to go to the clerk or to corp counsel because it has to be mailed out 7 days prior to the meeting. We're only giving it 3 days to go through the process before it goes to the clerk. So I will not support your amendment at all, sir. I think this has already been addressed and discussed going way back to Resolution 64 and the issues we had prior to the election. However, it is sound business practice to do it this way. Now, there might be exceptions with planning and zoning, but you still have to comply with your 24-hour notice under Chapter 19. I mean, you have requirements in the state law that you have to follow. So, pardon me? Well, no, but that's an emergency situation, sir. Generally speaking, we're talking as a normal process that directors and chairmen of committees can get their agenda set and get it to the clerk. And if it has to go through corp counsel, she's got enough time to go prepare everything so it can be mailed out with the 7-day requirement. If you're not doing that, you're not getting it mailed out within that 7-day requirement. That's the intent of this.
Supervisor Holt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we have been operating under this I would say guideline. I don't remember if it became official. We've been operating under this guideline, but I believe the way that we've been managing planning and zoning is by exception by the chairman. And so if the chairman can schedule it and/or make sure that there is notice, public notice with the county clerk's office, and get information to those committee members or board members, then it seems to me that that's reasonable. But I think right now we're not giving any exception by the chairman in this. And so that is one of my concerns about the way it's written currently.
Supervisor Patterson.
So I think it's important to be transparent. I think it's important to make sure that we let our constituents know as best we can what's going to be on the agenda, whether it's for a county board meeting or a committee meeting. But we do have a provision at the board level that a provision by which we can add to the agenda in an emergency situation. And in particular, especially if there is a financial burden that would be associated with delaying for an additional month, as Supervisor Hintz was referring to with his particular committee. So I don't have a problem with doing the best we can to try to get out ahead of all this, but I think we need to have an emergency addendum to this thing, just like we do for our county board meetings, especially when you're dealing with things at the committee level where delaying an extra month could really have a significant financial impact. And that's what I have.
Supervisor Bender on the layover.
On the amendment, like tonight, we had to have a personnel finance meeting because the Parks Department didn't get the grant passed through personnel finance. So we met at 5 o'clock. We called a special meeting. We could have also, if we had more time, we could have amended the agenda. I think it's important to have that agenda posted 7 days in advance so people can decide if they want to come to your meeting or not. I don't know what's on facilities. I looked today, it's still not posted. You know, maybe I want to make a trip there, if there's something I want to talk on. But if I'm going to wait till 2 or 3 days, I mean, to see what they're going to be discussing, it's like, I think I have the right to basically see it 7 days in advance. I don't think we need to wait 2 or 3 days. And with the daycare, the agenda could be posted right now, and they can put an amendment to the agenda. That's perfectly fine, because it comes in late, but they want to take care of it that month. I don't think we need to basically have it where all of us post our agendas 3 days in advance. We'll never see an agenda because it'll never make it through all the systems.
Supervisor Nussbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If, I could be wrong, but if this was in effect today, the parks, we would miss out on our chance at a grant because we had that P&F meeting today to okay that grant.
Supervisor Barrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just as a reference, this applies to committee meetings as written in 22.0. It applies to committee meetings. Might I suggest an amendment to 22.35, keeping the sentence in red unless an exception is granted by the chair. That gives you a safety valve if something comes up.
We have amendment on the floor right now, so.
Yeah.
We have amendment.
You got a second on that amendment?
Yeah.
Huh?
Oh, he's referring to Supervisor
Hintz's.
amendment,
Right,
which was to delete.
right. So, Supervisor Powers. On the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, it's on this. I just want to make sure that if we pass this, that we don't screw up the Children's Center. I mean, that they can still be, it could still be on the agenda even though it's in a couple of days, that we're not giving them 10 days' notice. If we screw up that Children's Center on the UW campus, this is going to be a disaster. So what will voting for this do? It won't do that? It won't mess up the vote on the Children's Center?
It'll delete all of this. The way the amendment is right now,
Okay.
it'll delete everything right off.
Okay.
Did you hear Supervisor Powers? It would take all of it right off. It would take, that whole resolution would be deleted the way the amendment is written, or the motion is right now.
If it were passed right now, but it's
Right,
not effective.
but it's amendment, and it's passed to be passed by 2/3.
But that wouldn't take effect until it was signed by the county executive.
Well, he might sign tomorrow morning.
If he does, that doesn't apply to anything that was already submitted and posted online beforehand, does it?
Tomorrow morning.
Shouldn't.
It depends on the presentation to the county executive, sir.
Supervisor Laux, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I've forgotten what I meant. We're voting right now to strike 22.50.
Right.
Wait,
Line 37 and 38.
line 30. Oh. Okay. And we're just striking it. Okay, I'm good. Thank you.
Vice Chairman Fari.
I'll remind you, if you strike this out of a county board rules, you are contradicting resolutions that have already been passed, which is Resolution 64 and Resolution, I believe, 92. This simply coincides with resolutions we've already approved. It's already language in resolution, so this simply is codifying that. To strike it, now you have a conflict between previous resolutions passed and policy and procedure, and you're not putting it into your rules. So I urge you to vote this down.
Supervisor Laux, did you have another question?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm confused. Didn't we deal with this months ago in March, and we tacked on a thing? Because if there was a tornado that ripped through Menasha on Sunday, I really would like it if you would okay us dealing with that on Tuesday. And didn't we put in language that said, except for when the chairman said otherwise?
And also, Supervisor Hintz brought up the issue with planning and zoning, and I believe that was addressed also in that resolution to address your concerns, sir.
So rather than strike it, we should have that language again so that it matches the previous language.
That's why I'm asking for clarification on that from Corporation Council, so that way we know what, if there is going to be a conflict. If there's going to be a conflict, I will go back. But if there's not,
Hopefully I'm remembering it correctly.
that's why I'm getting the clarification, so neither one of us is going to.
It's something that I need to look into. I don't have a printout of all of the resolutions that you've passed this session. So I'm going to need to look up the language that was previously passed.
Is it possible to make a motion to take this over until next meeting? Postpone it until next meeting?
No, I don't think so. No. Stafford,
If we're going to wait for clarification, I will rescind my amendment to make a motion to postpone it until next meeting so we can get clarification.
Just point of order. Corporation Council, did we, in Rule 26, did we decide, did we put in there that we couldn't do this over more than one meeting? I know we talked about it. I'd have to look and see.
Rule 26 said that we needed to get this done by June. The June business meeting.
Mr. Chairman, I have it right here. If you'd like to read it. Now, let me, give me a few minutes if you would.
Supervisor Facetto.
No, I don't know, maybe I got.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I liked what Supervisor Bureau had come up with that qualifying language, and it would be nice if Supervisor Hens would just accept it as a friendly edit. No, I understand that, but the 10-day issue is something that committee chairs really should have in working with the department heads, because if we're asking for information to come before the county board 7 days out, or, you know, enough time for everybody to review it, the same should apply to the committee chairs as well. So 22.35 should be in there, but in case of those emergencies, let the chair make the call. Thank you.
The language that was previously passed was, "The agenda, along with appropriate attachments, shall be sent, emailed, electronically posted, accessible, and otherwise deposited for delivery at least 7 days before the committee, commission, or board meeting. It must provide the supervisors with all necessary access information to attend remotely if the remote option is invoked for said meeting. The agenda may be amended within 7 days of the meeting, pending approval of the chairperson." And that was not signed by the county executive.
See, he didn't sign it, but at the next board meeting, it's automatically approved.
Right.
So it is approved.
I think that's correct. That was.
Yeah, remember that issue? Yeah.
Supervisor Laux, do you have anything else?
Oh, I didn't know I was still up there, I'm sorry.
No. Supervisor Hanson?
I was going to say that I wasn't in favor of postponing but it now also sounds like that we have an answer. And to Vice Chairman Fari's point, he is absolutely correct in the chapter. If the county executive didn't sign it by the next board meeting, by the time we gavelled in, it becomes law, so to speak.
Right. Supervisor Hintz?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we have a resolution that says 7 days that we already abide by. I stand by taking out 22.35 because we already have it set for 7 days, and we don't need this one saying 10 days. Am I correct that that's not a by taking this out, there's no conflict because we're resorting to what we have passed already?
That would be correct. The benefit to the 10 days would be they would be giving the person time to take the information that was given, package it up, and send it out. That's the only thing that would be accomplished by having the 10-day rule in addition to the 7-day rule.
Supervisor Bureau?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I suggest we keep the language as is, but I'm going to make an alternative amendment, which again, to add the phrase, "unless an exception is granted by the chair," to line 38. So that's the new amendment, which again, it's all in one place then. It incorporates the 7 days that we already have in place. It gives committee chairs additional time, and it gives anybody who needs an outlet because things happen too fast, you could do it because the chair has the ability to grant an exception.
Well, we got this other amendment on the floor first. Okay, that's what I'm wondering.
Allow Supervisor Bureau to make his amendment.
Okay. Okay, so the last amendment was pulled by Hintz. So Supervisor Bureaus is on, seconded by Supervisor Powers. Okay, now on the new amendment. Supervisor Hintz, anything? Supervisor Holt, your name was still up there, that's why I said that. Well, she took hers off too. Question.
So Supervisor Bureau, so your verbiage then is unless there's an exception made or granted?
Granted by the chair.
Granted by the chair. Thank you.
So 2/3 votes. All those in favor of that amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried.
Mr. Chairman, may I make a personal comment? I'd like to thank the assisting corporation counsel. She has done a magnificent job tonight, thrown into the deep end. Mary Ann would be proud.
Thank you.
And I agree wholeheartedly, but don't forget about the other two assistants that are beside them. They were doing a lot of digging as it was going on, so. No, we have that last one. All those in favor of resolution 014505-2025 as amended signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Carried. Motion made and seconded adjourn. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. We are adjourned.